Clock. I believe my mic is muted. Yes. Any feedback issues? I assume there's somebody behind that screen. Oh, no. It's not that bad. How is it at home? Natalie, I can see you. Is it good?
Yeah, I just hear though that we're not live streaming.
All right. Calling the meeting to order. Monday, October 5th, 2020. I see Councillor Hughes and Councillor Jolly on the Zoom call, and everyone else is here in person, so we have 100%. Councillor Mackay didn't want to make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Sure, love to.
Excuse me, I got something in my throat. I'm going to just let everyone know that 10.3, my motion to ask administration to have some recommendations on active communities. I think we should move that up to right after 7.1. So we'll do all of the Active Communities Alberta stuff at the same time. So I'll make that quick change. And then we all had an email that Councillor Broadhead would like to waive notice and put a council motion on budget alternatives. So we'll add that at the end. So 10.4. Any other changes? We're good? All right, Councillor Mackay, can you make that as amended?
That the October 5th, 2020 agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you. All those in favor, you can just use your hands. That is unanimous. Yep. We have four registered speakers. I saw Mike Killick in the stands. Yes, you're here. And the other one in person was Matt Bakowicz. I don't see, oh, there you are. You must have just snuck in. Okay, so Matt's here in person. And via Zoom, I have Michaela Davis on Council Motion 16046. Is Michaela online?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. And then Jeff Wallace on the face covering bylaw. Is Jeff with us? I don't see him here yet.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, here, Jeff. All right, so everyone's here. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm going to just go in the order that they're in front of me because I assume that's the order that they were phoned in to register. So Matt, and actually, as always, I give you the choice of speaking at the time of the item or immediately. Would you like to wait until we get to the meat of the subject? All right. Michaela, would you like to speak now or later?
I can speak at the time of the item.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Killick, you can speak now? Okay, come right down. The mic should be, is it on? Okay.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Yes?
It's not that loud. Can you hear at home, Sheena and Councillor Jolly?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to address you today. I now have officially 2 grandkids registered in hockey and ringette, so I now have a very small stake in the availability of ice time and other recreation facilities. I see the major advantages of the ACA proposal for St. Albert in the significant value of donated land, the potential 20 million of funding from federal and provincial governments, matching the 20 million from St. Albert. I imagine this facility will be 2 to 3 years before it's built and fully operational. So that supports St. Albert's vision to grow to 100,000 people. The location is perfect now relative to the recent annexation agreement, and we know that the ice sheets are required by the city's own analysis and the amount of ice time currently being purchased outside of St. Albert. The consultant's value for money section is very supportive in that creating its own base case for financial analysis only required, and I quote, minor adjustments to the detailed ACA business case. The consultant's report also identified 11 operational risks, but with clear recommendations on how to address the risks. All 11 recommendations are shared by ACA, but 6 are listed as primed by the city. This is a great opportunity for the city to look into these and resolve them. It's not often that a project of this scope and importance comes with such a clear roadmap to success on both the positive value for money assessment or identifying the risk with clear recommendations. I hope today that council recognizes the opportunity for the residents of St. Albert, not only in ice time, but all other recreational activities this facility would support. I hope that it receives the report as information as recommended in the report, plus provides the approval to proceed at the same time on two important items. Explicitly approves the city's 20 million in funding so ACA can start to work with the other two levels of government to secure the matching 20 million. And two, to approve the city to continue working together with ACA on addressing these 11 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Killick. Is there any questions of Mr. Killick? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sure you saw last Monday's meeting. And I wanted to have you have an opportunity to comment on some of the risks that the consultant had brought forward. So one of them, just before I get to the other operational risks, is the provincial and federal funding. I'm not aware of the grant programs that would secure this on at the provincial and federal level. I just don't know do you have any information about which grants you'd be referring to that you think we'd be able to get this from the other levels of government, especially the province?
I don't know if you know the different grant programs, Mr. Killick.
I
Yeah.
certainly don't. That's certainly be outside of my scope.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking here with any representation.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, Mike. I was listening to it and I'm thinking that you were Matt for some reason because you're talking about it in this and I don't have your screen in front of me. So I'm like, you're not the one I needed to ask these questions to. But Matt is coming, right? Because I have him on my schedule. So forgive me, Matt. I honestly was thinking about this and you're not, all I hear is voices. I don't have your face in front of me. You're not one of my 9 screens in front of my screen. So, okay. So you don't have to answer that then, but thank you for sharing your information and I'll wait for Mike to come and maybe Matt will have this information. Thank you.
Yeah. The only thing I could add is I would certainly have to skate around that one if I had some ice time.
Sorry about that. All right, next on my speaker list is Mr. Jeff Wallace on the face covering bylaw. Mr. Wallace, do you want to speak now or at the time of the item?
I'd like to speak now, please.
Absolutely, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks so much. It's a pleasure to speak to you. With respect to the bylaw, the importance of face coverings is, I think it's understood that it's intended to be protective of others in addition to you, especially when individuals can be pre-symptomatic. And you do want to prevent that inadvertent transmission. So when the bylaw was implemented, I would say that I noticed a much higher compliance rate, like more individuals are getting accustomed to it and used to it. And especially with the CDC today saying that there is some how do I say it? Uncommon transmission even with folks beyond 6 feet. So I think it's a prudent measure of helping to contain community spread, which is going up in Alberta. About 25% of current cases are not understood where they come from. And it's that community spread, that unknown, that can really get away from us. And while the numbers appear to be, I don't know, small or shallow, there has been a sort of a constant uptick, at least in the city of Edmonton, since July, where the numbers are not decreasing. The 5-day trend continues to increase. And as we enter, the winter months and where folks are more inside, I think it would be prudent to maintain it. So That's my little contribution to all this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. Any questions, Mr. Wallace, on the, go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Just kind of a strange question, but I'm curious. I assume you support administration's recommendations. So
Yep.
to just update the bylaw. I've been getting a lot of emails from people about either rescinding or keeping this bylaw, which isn't in front of us today. So I'm curious to know if kind of there's information out there suggesting that council's debating whether to keep the bylaw or not.
That was my impression. So
okay.
that's why I just wanted to put just a positive voice forward. That's all.
Great. That's great. Thank you. This is a
Sure.
confusing day for me.
Okay.
Thank you. I think, Councillor Jolly, I think people are aware that we're having the conversation. Not that the rescinding is in front of us, but the conversation is happening.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get that impression. So it's just interesting to hear the comments.
Any more
Okay.
questions? Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Wallace. It was nice to hear you. And
All right,
actually,
thanks, everyone.
Sorry, go ahead. Michaela, I'm going to just ask you one more time because I know you're speaking to a council motion, my motion later on today. It might be a few hours because we're going to be talking rec centers and then the face coverings. So I'm going to give you one more chance. Are you sure you want to wait around?
I'm happy to either way. I'm just sitting in my office anyway, so because I've got this nifty Zoom call. So if you think that it would be accepted now with no other questions, or there's enough information for me to speak now, then I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, I can sit around and I can wait. Whatever.
Okay. You know what? You can send me a message through the chat function if you have to jump off, and maybe we can come
Sure.
if it's getting too late in the day.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So I would say there's no business arising from those presentations because everything is still on our agenda. Is that correct? Anyone have any business right now? Seeing none. Consent agenda. Can I have a member of council make a motion to approve consent, noting that I have pulled 7.3, the engagement contract? Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the following recommendations in the agenda report be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of September 21st, 2020. Special council meeting minutes of September the 28th, 2020. And committee of the whole meeting minutes of September 28th, 2020. 8.1, bylaw 84/2020, Kingswood Land Use Bylaw Schedule A Amendment, first reading, and 10.1, annual boards meeting.
All right. Any comments or questions? Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Thank you. So minutes were just approved on consent. All right, we're on to the main event, I guess, 7.1, Active Communities Alberta. So, Mr. Hills, do you have a presentation above and beyond what we heard last Monday?
No, Your Worship, we do not have a presentation. We just introduced the item.
Okay,
That was heard on September 28th, where Myers Norris Penny was in attendance to review the value for money assessment on Active Communities business case. I do have Chris Levin from MMP in attendance as well, and he'll be joining me up here to answer any questions. We have Diane Inger on Zoom, and she'll be also able to answer questions, or myself. Thank you.
excellent. Okay. All right, so we've got Chris here from Myers Norris Penny. Matt, why don't you come to the mic now and do your presentation, and then, because I think a lot of the content of today's discussion will be directed at you and questions to you. So go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council, for investing in the value for money assessment. And thank you for all the support that you've provided for this project over the years, the past 4 years to be exact. We thank MNP for their insights and administration for their support of this process. We found great benefit in having our project undergo the assessment and we agree with the recommendations in the report. Active Communities is confident in our collective ability to address all recommendations through collaboration with St. Albert. We are encouraged to hear that MNP did not find any showstoppers during the assessment. It was also beneficial having the financial projections of our business case reviewed and the strength of the overall case confirmed. The sensitivity analysis also highlighted areas for us to focus our attention on in mitigating risk. And we look forward to working with administration on addressing those risks. We strongly believe that our project is now even better positioned for success as a result of the assessment. I want to emphasize today that our business case represents a preliminary project vision. We fully expect that our business case will be refined based on collaboration with St. Albert. Active Communities is flexible in adjusting components of the proposal, such as ownership, governance, or amenities, and anything else that comes to mind. Over the past 2 months, administration and members of our board have met almost weekly regarding the MOU. This collaboration has been very positive, and we have mutually agreed to have the MOU completed by October the 30th, 2020. Completing the MOU will set the stage for collaboration discussions to address the recommendations of the MNP report. The federal and provincial governments are investing billions of dollars in infrastructure funding in order to restart the economy. We have funding requests today with those levels of government totaling $20 million for this project. The completion of this value for money assessment comes at an opportune time to support our federal and provincial funding requests. To summarize, we agree with MNP's recommendations, and we are confident that these can be addressed. Through efforts on both sides, we've built a positive relationship with administration, and we believe this will be beneficial as we work together in addressing MNP's recommendations. And finally, time is of the essence. Promptly addressing the recommendations is key to supporting our requests for $20 million in funding from the province and the federal government. Our request is that Council direct administration to collaborate with Active Communities in addressing the MNP recommendations by November 30th, 2020. We are prepared to put in the time and effort required to achieve this timeline. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, Council, this is our chance to ask Active Communities our questions. Who wants to start? Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Mackay. And then Councillor Watkins, Ian? Okay.
Thank you. So Matt and Mike sound very similar, just so you know, over the speaker. Thank you for coming today, Matt. I do really appreciate it. So I guess I'll ask you the first question I asked Mr. Killick, who I did not expect to have the correct answer to this, which was the provincial and federal funding sources. I'm not sure which funding grants you were hoping to access, assuming this was to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So on the provincial front, the province has a capital plan, and that capital plan is budgeted for each year, and it funds various projects across the province, and that includes grants to nonprofit organizations such as ourselves. So the source of funding that we have submitted to the province for is within the Alberta Capital Plan, and that's the same plan that the Vivo Centre received its $15 million in funding for. So if you Google the 2019 Alberta Capital Plan, it'll show a total of $15 million that was granted to the Vivo facility for its capital construction costs. So that is also the source of funding that Wind Sports Centre and many other nonprofit organizations around the province have received capital funding from. We have a business case that's been submitted to the province at the invitation of the minister, and that has been with them for a couple of months now, and they're obviously into their budgeting process, and we are very confident from our perspective that we think that's got a really good shot at getting funding in the upcoming capital budget, especially given the government's focus on getting people back to work and the fact that our project does that. The federal side is through the Investing in Canada program, and we do have a submission in for that as well. There was $140 million that was granted to the province by the federal government. So these are federal funds, and it is controlled by the province as to where these funds go. The other piece that's happening right now with all the government stimulus funding is the federal government is working to move money to the provinces to then redistribute to projects. And the ISIP program is very well positioned to do that for the federal government because it's already in place. And the BC government has been using the ISIP program, from my understanding, for that type of a purpose. And I believe there's definitely potential for that program to be topped up. Again, these are very established programs, and certainly we've got our feet in both of those. So thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you for that. So some of the concerns that the consultant brought forward were about the FTEs, and you might have submitted it in your proposal, but I didn't see it. I didn't see the proposal, I guess, in great detail, which would be the FTE count. So is it possible to send us a breakdown of how many FTEs are going to be in, I guess, in which section of the facility, to give us an idea of what it is, and how confident are you in that number?
Certainly. Those numbers are reflected in our business case, which I can send a page reference, obviously, but that is based on our discussions with various entities. And in fact, there are organizations such as the Northeast Sportsplex in Calgary that run way leaner than this. And so we've tried to find a middle ground in terms of staffing levels. Certainly that's one that we put a lot of effort into, and we did go through the marketplace and talk to people that are hiring for those sorts of positions and get input from them on what the market rate is. So I believe that there's an opportunity there for us to work with administration on doing a deeper dive of that item and coming back collectively to council with sort of a unified take on it, because obviously it's highlighted in the report, and we would like the opportunity to do some more digging into that collaboratively with the city of St. Albert. Okay, so is it possible for you just to send us a breakdown of how you were, like what you were planning to do the FTEs into? I know this is after the fact, but of the review, but just so so many are going into maintenance of the ice or whatever else, how many administration, how many are janitorial, just so I have an idea of how you did your breakdown, just so it makes some sense to us, because 30.5 could be anything, I guess. Is that possible to do? I'll send it to you this afternoon.
Awesome, thank you for that. The other concern that the consultant brought forward was the costing of the wages, and they thought that you might be coming in a bit low compared to other facilities in comparison. So I just wondered if you had a comment to that as to why you came in with those numbers.
So those numbers, as I referenced before, are based off market intelligence that we have gathered. So certainly we can work with administration on understanding what MNP's insights were and where the delta is there between what we've experienced within the market and what their observations are. Again, there's probably no right or wrong. I think it's one of those situations where we can go together and dig further into that item and ultimately bring forward what we collectively feel is an appropriate amount to budget for those. And if there's a need to adjust other parts of the business case, for example, if those costs are higher, then that's an opportunity for us to, again, work with administration on addressing that.
Okay. The other question I had was, when you brought forward this business case, you had 100% occupancy for both your retail and your sponsorship. I'm just like, especially in today's economic climate, it felt like that was a little optimistic. So I'm just, why didn't you include the vacancy rate on either one of those two boards?
So the business case and those financials were developed in December 2019. So that was well before COVID had happened. Obviously, we think there's an opportunity, as MMP notes, to go back and do another look at it, see what's reasonable. The lease piece in terms of occupancy, it was a good point that was raised the other day and through the report. And I think there's an opportunity for us to adjust the earlier stages of occupancy, because there is always going to be some natural rate of turnover there. And so it's probably unrealistic to expect it to be 100%. However, when we develop those lease revenues, we develop them at a rate that was much lower than market rate. So the fact is, if we go back in and adjust those occupancy rates and adjust them down, at the same time, we should probably adjust the lease rates up to what the market is currently bearing. And I believe that the combination of those two effects would probably mitigate each other out. So I think there's an opportunity there, as the MMP report identified. And certainly we're here to put the effort in with administration on coming forward with a new revised number based on today's climate.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm not even sure if we could get 5 out of 6, especially initially. And there will be turnover. I mean, I look at Service Place and there's turnover, right? So, and that's been established for quite some time and has quite a few facilities behind it for you to go to. The other question, I'm not sure, this is a bit of a loaded gun question, but there were a lot of the risks that the consultant brought forward. I believe one of the questions we asked was like, well, how do you know, if they address the issues, would they then recommend this proposal? Because it was sort of like very conditional. And the response was, I'm not sure how they would address all those concerns. So now that you've had a chance to see what they have to say, is there, I guess, do you have a plan, or how do you plan to address the concerns so that, so we'd feel more comfortable, I guess, in reducing the risk? Do you have anything that you and your board have discussed to date about this, or I guess what intentions do you have to try to address the concerns that they brought forward?
So I'll answer that with two parts. So the first part is, as Mr. Killick noted, approximately half of those recommendations don't necessarily fall on our shoulders specifically. They're more recommendations to administration. So that part of the effort in addressing those is outside of our control in some manner. So I guess the 6 or so other recommendations that remain, to address those, I think a big part of that is us coming forward with our request today of council to provide administration with the direction to engage with us actively and work together over the next couple of months to really put the effort into addressing these. And I think that's really the basis for this, Councillor Hughes, is having that direction to administration, so that together we can bring this forward and have the solutions that will make this project successful.
Because the one thing I'm looking at is that we have the potential for the MOU, or the intention for the MOU to go forward by the end of October. But there are still these risks that were identified in the report. So like, I'm not sure if we identify the risks first or we do the MOU first, because the MOU would still be conditional upon council and whoever else needs to evaluate this at the end of the day, feeling that those risks are something that we're willing to take on. So do you have a timeline for when or how or anything, or is the intention just the next step is to do the MOU, and then I'm not sure how or when those other concerns would be addressed? So do you address them, like bring forward another proposal that's revised in the next bit, or what is your next step plan?
So that would be our plan, is to adjust the business case for these areas and bring it forward with those revisions noted. and those risks addressed and mitigated. From a MOU versus addressing these recommendations perspective, I think one of the key pieces is we've been working on this MOU now for over 2 years. We've really hit the pavement running the last couple of months. And the MOU, a key section of it is about collaboration. And without that collaboration piece signed off, there isn't an opportunity or an onus on administration to engage with us to address these items. So we have been working with them on addressing the MOU. And frankly, we understand their perspective that without an MOU, why would they be putting effort into working with us on addressing these items? Again, that's part of the reason likely that some of these haven't been addressed before the business case. Had the MOU, for example, been signed off a year or so ago, that would have given us a year of lead time in working with administration on addressing things like ownership, things like governance, amenities. So that opportunity to engage collaboratively with administration has not presented itself yet because we are still working on formalizing the MOU. And to my point today, once that MOU is formalized and signed, we have the collaboration framework, and then that's where we move forward with addressing these items. So again, we're excited about that opportunity, and we're looking very positively towards that.
All right,
Thank
I'm just gonna, Mr. Hiltz has his hand up, he wants to add in.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify is that the MOU is non-binding. What we do require is council direction through motion for whichever direction the council wants us to go, because that's really what we do need. And that's
Right.
what your motion after we'll talk about. But right now the MOU is a non-binding document that just provides a basis of a conversation to move forward or a roadmap to move forward. Thank you.
Is that why you had, I saw you, Mr. LaFleur, waving at me as well, same kind of thing? Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Hughes, you can't see
No,
this.
that's great. I just had a quick question to Mr. Scoble or the IT. Do you know why the use is not streaming today? We got an email about it saying it's not streaming. Just, do we have an idea why?
It's delayed, but it's coming. That's what Luke says.
It's coming? Okay.
A delay. Okay, first 5 minutes was delayed, but it's up
Okay.
now.
It's up now? Awesome. Okay, thank you. That was it. No more questions as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, and on all of you, that Mr. Lavins from Mars North Penny is here. So if anything that Matt says that you need clarification from the value for money, we can go back and forth if you're okay with that. Okay.
Great.
All right. Next I had Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess probably that last comment probably addressed one of my first questions because I wanted clarity from you, Mr. Bakowicz, and thank you for coming again. I got a glare. It's off the light, not off your forehead. It's the light. It's the light. No, I'm wearing one of those too. And thank you very much for moving. I just want more further clarification and understanding from your organization as well, in the sense that this MOU is not a contract. It's not a binding contract. I just want clarification. Do you understand that?
Yes, we've been well aware of that, Councillor Mackay, for several years. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, I mean, the way that it was presented, that maybe perhaps there was something in around negotiations that would have to take place, and so all of a sudden that's just a different level, right? I think you understood that. That was one of my comments and my concerns. So the other one is around the $20 million, and we've been talking $20 million now for a couple of years, and of course that was pre-pandemic. And what's your understanding of the $20 million again? And I think I've asked you this once before, but again, just for clarity, the $20 million is actually for, in your understanding, is for what?
So the $20 million would be towards the capital construction costs of the facility, and that would include the on-site servicing component. It would not include things such as off-site servicing, which is obviously going to benefit the broader region, the residential development, the Lakeview Business District, the rec center. And from a land perspective, we understand that that land has been offered for donation by Rohit, and certainly the city is engaged with them on that. And we would be looking for a similar arrangement that other organizations have of leasing that land for a nominal rate.
Yeah, I appreciate, I just wanted to be clear again so that everybody in the room was clear on that. So going actually to the value for value, I keep wanting to call it value for money. I apologize, Chris, it's not. Some of the concerns that I brought up, and I'll bring them up from just to get your point of view on them. So certainly, you know, the ROI on the $20 million was raised as one of the potential risks. And I questioned around some of the secondary economic benefits. Or impacts? What do you see as potential impacts from your perspective?
So first of all, I think MMP noted that it wasn't necessarily within the scope of that engagement to get into an economic assessment, but certainly from our perspective, we see some major advantages. So number one is that by having this rec center constructed, there's obviously the jobs that are created off of it, as well as the fact that it would help to stimulate that part of the city, which obviously there are plans for residential development, business development, et cetera. So we see an opportunity there. We believe that by us bringing the money from the other levels of government and really making a push for that, we can in fact do this project sooner than maybe the municipality could on its own. From a operating perspective, we do plan on hosting a lot of tournaments and events at this facility. And frankly, the challenge St. Albert has faced is that we are so short for ice time that it's difficult to have figure skating competitions or hockey tournaments or ringette events in our city right now. So by adding this facility, we expect a lot of economic benefit to be generated off of that. And our approach is not the same as maybe a normal municipality would approach it. We plan to be engaged in really stimulating those tournaments and encouraging those and bringing those actively here. Again, I think the other opportunity is it frees up some pressure on Service Place. And I think there's some spin-off for St. Albert in that instead of the Go Auto Arena being a glorified practice facility with 2,000 seats in it, it's actually an event hub. And it's there for events, tournaments, et cetera, as well. So I think there's spin-offs in both directions that would result from this facility.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So just building off of that last comment, how do we harmonize the facilities? Because one of the concerns was the cannibalization potentially that would take place with a facility like yours if it was operated under the model potentially proposed. So, I mean, if you came in and offered ice, we'd be competing or you'd be taking programs away. How do you address that? Is that part of the understanding of an MOU or a collaboration, or is it a little bit more complicated than that?
So a couple of comments about the cannibalization. So first of all, I don't think there's any contention that there would be no cannibalization during the prime time months of the year, which would be September to February, March, because those ice times are already well oversubscribed to, and there's more than that equivalent of ice usage by St. Albert teams outside of town. So there's no cannibalization expected of the main months of the year. The other months, those are charged out at a lower rate. So off season in the summer is a lower rate. And secondly, whether it's our facility and active communities leading the charge here, or whether it's a municipally operated and owned facility that's added to that site, you're still going to have the same cannibalization effect. So it could be the city of St. Albert that's feeling that effect instead of us. So again, I think that that's a bit of a wash from that perspective. And from a perspective of cannibalization of gym memberships, we did do research, and we did share this with MMP as well, that when Good Life Fitness opened in St. Albert, there was no noticeable impact on memberships at Service Place. And that was in 2014. And that location is about halfway between where our facility would be and where Service Place would be. So from a membership perspective, we'd actually be serving a different part of the city in a lot of ways. And the evidence is there that other gyms have been added to our city with no noticeable impact on service place memberships.
I apologize. Last question then just goes to an offshoot of what Councillor Hughes was asking in relation to commitment from other levels of government around funding. I mean, a lot of the funding is stimulus funding, and it's also meant to be shovel-ready funding. We're like, as Mr. Killick was optimistic, I think, when you said 2 to 3 years. I think we're probably 4 to 5 years or even greater. Where do you think that money is available to us if we're that far of a time window?
Well, I certainly can't speak for the province or the federal government, but I would say that there's an opportunity to accelerate some of the aspects from a city perspective. I think it's one of those things where if we decide as a city that we want to jump on something and go full bore into it, then I think there's some levers to be pulled from that perspective. I think if we want to just go along with the normal pace, yeah, certainly there's a risk to that. And timelines, those will vary based on the amount of effort and energy that's put into it.
Would your model be able to survive a 5-year window? Like, I mean, not without the dollars. I mean, would your model be able to survive? I mean, obviously you'd have to redo your business case, things like that, but would the concept still exist, or would you be moving and looking at other opportunities in other communities if this was slowed down?
I would have to take that back to our board for consideration. Obviously, we do have a vision of not just doing this once and done. We see St. Albert as an excellent opportunity to pilot this and then to add that benefit to other communities. And that's why we've had the conversations with the likes of AUMA, and that there's been interest from that perspective, is because it could solve a solution, not just for St. Albert, but for many other municipalities across our province.
Good, that's a fine, by the way. It's a 25-cent fine. That's okay. No, there's no fine. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. I have on my request list, I got Councillor Watkins next, and then Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Matt. I just had a couple questions. So your ask is that the city administration work with ACA and resolve all the issues in the Myers-Penny, the MNP report by November 5th?
So November 30th,
November 3rd?
2020.
2020. And what is the significance of that date, November 3rd?
So one of the big exercises that's in place through the fall and into this early part of 2021 would be the provincial budgeting process. And certainly we see there's an opportunity to feed in to the provincial budgeting process and strengthen our case. Again, it's obviously something we want to put in front of council for consideration.
And when I read the report, there are a lot of things that need to be resolved. And what kind of time or what kind of man hours do you think are going to be involved in trying to resolve all these issues? Like of staff's time and your own time?
Well, first of all, I can't see it being more effort than building a 160-page business case. That we've got about 2,500 documents worth of information to support that. So a fraction of that, but still a significant lift. I think to Mr. Killick's point and what my comment was earlier is it's really a question because administration does have a portion of that work on their shoulders. Several of the recommendations are not work that active communities can deliver. It would need to be delivered by the city. So it's really that question of administration, how much time and effort it would take. And I think from our perspective, we're prepared to do what it takes. We've got 15 members to our organization that could help support the efforts and have been helping support the MOU efforts as well.
Okay, and then this requires money from 2 levels of government or 3 levels of government, municipal, federal, and provincial, and $2 million from ACA. And if the city said today, yeah, we could come up with the $20 million, what do you think the chances of you getting the remaining money from both levels of government and raising the additional $2 million?
So first of all, we're not asking for $20 million today, just to be clear on that. But I would say that it's difficult to estimate that, Councillor Watkins. I can't give a percentage.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if we believe that the project aligns with the priorities of the other levels of government and meets the needs of the residents and serves them in a manner that's valuable and efficient use of taxpayer dollars, then I think it's a product that should be followed up on. In terms of what the percentages are, I can't say.
Yeah. Okay. You think it's 50-50?
I can't say.
Okay. Because it just seems like a lot of work if we're doing all this and there's no money to be had at the other end of it. That's kind of what I'm worried about, is that staff spends the next 2 months working very diligently to resolve all the issues, and there's still no money from the other levels of government. So, where did we get?
So maybe just a comment to that, yeah. Councillor Watkins. If I was standing here a year ago, saying that, yeah, you know what, I think this funding is absolutely certain, that would have been a lot more difficult to say. Whereas today it's closer to a reality than what it might have been a year ago because of the amount of infrastructure funding. And from my personal opinion, I think there's still more infrastructure funding to be coming. I think the governments are still getting a foundation set for how they want to spend this money and where they want to spend it. And so getting Canadians and Albertans back to work is going to be a huge priority for our governments. And I think having ourselves with a seat at the table there is an important part of that.
Well, those are my questions. I thank you for your work, and I wish you the best of luck. I hope we can work out something, because it seems like a benefit to everybody involved if we can come to a conclusion here if it's successful.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Matt, for your presentation today. And I'm going to circle back a little bit to the funding and the relationship with the MOU. We do know that it's non-binding, but it is a framework, as you say, of collaboration, which sets a foundation, although if parties cannot, I guess, solve issues, it's a non-binding document. But I'd like your opinion on, is the funding from other levels of government dependent on the completion of the MOU?
So thank you for that question, Councillor. In preparing for the provincial submission, we do liaise with government, and we have an understanding of some of the documents that are typically provided and really help to strengthen a submission to the province. And an MOU is definitely one of those that is helpful in demonstrating the city's interest in a project. Again, it's not a form of formal commitment. This is like climbing a ladder where we're taking one step at a time, move our arms up, move our feet up, and eventually we get to that top rung, which is the funding commitments from other levels of government. So the MOU serves as an intermediary step and certainly a representation to the province and the federal government of St. Albert's interest in the project, not a formal commitment.
Okay, thanks for that. And when we're talking about the federal funding, which is, I think you called it the investment in Canada, investment in Canada infrastructure. And you said that money is doled out to the province, which makes the decision to where the money will go to. So in essence, if the money does come from the feds, the province has control over both pots of money. So if there is interest in the province to support ACA at a provincial level, there's a good chance that the province may support federal funding to the same project.
That is correct.
Okay.
There's a funding team within Alberta Infrastructure. It's an ISIP funding team, and they're responsible for coordinating exactly what you said.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So it's not just, funding coming through an e-transfer from the feds going to 5 million different things. It's in the control of the province. So that's good to know. My third question is around sponsorship. We learned at the Committee of the Whole last week that fortunately for us, Service Place has been able to maintain their major sponsors, or our ice rinks have in our city facilities. So I'm wondering if you can talk to how confident you feel in sponsorship around your project, and actually really the long-term commitment to sponsorship for your project.
So from a sponsorship perspective, we think that's a real opportunity here with the nonprofit approach. And the MMP report highlighted that there is a tendency for people to want to support nonprofit organizations and donate money to them versus donating money to a municipality. There is some more public good there that's received as a result of being associated with a nonprofit community organization. From the perspective of getting funds, we are very confident as a board that we would be able to raise the necessary funds to meet the capital requirements, as well as those sponsorship dollars and those agreements to have those in place. We have many members of our board that are deeply embedded in the business community within St. Albert and the broader Edmonton region. They are very capable and have demonstrated that ability in the past. One of our board members was part of the Humboldt Remembrance Committee, which raised, I think, around $400,000. Again, she has a lot of experience in that and is committed to doing the same for our organization. Other board members have experience in various organizations. There's T8N 100, I believe, and that group has raised, I believe, in the range of $350,000 over the last couple of years. And again, that's 100 people. They're all very involved in the business community here within St. Albert. So I think the fact is that we are very embedded in the community, and we do feel confident in our ability to set up arrangements for sponsorship with organizations, as well as generate the donations that are required to support this facility.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. And I think I had Councillor Broadhead up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Matt, for coming. I don't have many questions for you, or any, because there's been a lot of questions asked already. It's a compelling business case you've put together, and I appreciate your commitment to working through administration to work through the issues. Ultimately, the program lives or dies on the funding from the other orders of government. So I wish you well on that. I wish St. Albert well on that as well. So anyway, thank you, Matt, for coming.
Councillor Watkins wants to jump back in.
I just had one last question about the raising of the $2 million. So the $2 million, you expect to raise that amount of money as 100% donations? They're not raising money and promising any kind of rate of return on any kind of cash given to you?
So there are a couple options in terms of raising that money, and I think MNP touched on that the other day.
Right.
We could work to raise that level of money through donations. We could also find some creative partnership opportunities, which are above and beyond what your traditional sponsorship type arrangement provides for, which would then also help to provide for that funding. Again, businesses, as you know, Councillor Watkins, they look for an opportunity to align with something that fits their values, but also look for an opportunity to creatively, promote and, raise awareness of their brand. So I think there's some real opportunity there as well.
I was just wondering, because the examples you gave were like 300,000 and 500,000, and this is like 4 times the upper limit. It's $2 million. So I just wondered if you felt confident you could raise the $2 million.
So if I do add some other opportunities, there's the federal CFEP program. So that's the Community Facility Enhancement Program, and they fund up to $1 million in matching. So that's funded through gaming funds, and that would be an opportunity for us to apply for that. And as long as we've generated the matching funds, either through volunteer effort or donations, then they would be in a position to provide us with $1 million in matching.
So,
Yeah.
so if you raise $1 million, they give you $1 million grant?
That's how, yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay. Matt, I have a couple quick questions. So some of them have already been asked. I'm just going through my list. So there are 11 recommendations, and I was trying to go through, and you're right, some that the city does have to address, but one of the ones that always struck me was the question of the ownership of the asset. And as you know, Myers-Norris Penny is recommending that we don't do anything until we have some of these questions settled. So it's really important for me to know, are you okay with the city owning the building? Simple question.
Right. Right. Actually, we talked as a board about this, and I was prepared for this question because we
I'm
felt
surprised
like
it hasn't been asked.
we felt like it was going to come up today, Mayor Herron. And so we spoke as a board, and there is an interest and appetite to go with that arrangement if St. Albert Council feels that they'd like to continue down this path. So we would commit to an ownership arrangement that would feature St. Albert owning the facility. Certainly there are some great points raised by MNP through the report, and we appreciated those insights, and it really helped us to understand what the dynamics were at play. Again, it's a large contribution from the city, and we feel like having the city own that facility would help to protect the interest of St. Albertans.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I mean, I can honestly tell you, I have no clue how my 6 colleagues feel about that issue. And I don't know if it's a deal breaker on our part or not. That's kind of where my motion to have a recommendation from our staff come forward, but I needed to hear where you sat with that. So open to it. Thank you. We talk a lot about the demand for ice in St. Albert, and it's hard to quantify, I guess is the right word. We can definitely hear a lot of qualitative comments from parents, et cetera, and I was one of them. But from your point of view, is it the practice ice that is really the biggest requirement here in St. Albert? When you were in front of us a couple months ago, and there was a big lineup of supporters of ACA, that's what I heard, is that we don't want to drive to Bonacourt anymore. We don't want to drive, Calahoo, et cetera, for practice ice. Do you see that as the biggest demand for ice in our city?
So we use practices as a proxy for a representation of what types of ice challenges there are for teams. My understanding is from those in St. Albert Minor Hockey that they are now having games as well outside of St. Albert at facilities. So I think it's a combination of both that are being used for, I guess, ice purposes. In terms of the practices, we found through a quantitative exercise of basically going through all the practices every year for the past 4 years, we found that more than 50% of the minor hockey practices are outside of St. Albert. So that's nothing new to anyone here. We've presented those findings before. Where I would like to address is that there's been some understanding that we have a different take on it than administration. The other day when Ms. Anger talked about the ice demands that St. Albert's able to meet, they mentioned that there's about 9,000 hours that St. Albert requires for its minor hockey programming, and that the city is only able to give about 6,000 hours of ice. So that leaves a 3,000 hour gap. We went back and did the math, and a typical season from September to March, the arena has about 1,200 hours of ice available during the normal times that teams would be using it. So 1,200 hours per arena, 3,000 hour gap. That's the equivalent of 2.5 arenas. So it sounds to me, based on those comments in the meeting last Monday, that there's actually a relative alignment between what we found in our data and what city staff are finding in their data.
Okay. I mean, the reason I'm asking about practice versus games is, you said it earlier, talking about, what do we call it, Go Auto is a glorified practice, and we want to actually use that for games, which, because it's beautiful arenas. So I would, you know, I've always wondered why we need to be building a $42 million facility when we could be building 2 practice rinks. And so it leads to my next question. Because on page 44 of the agenda package we had last week, I can't remember what page that is. Hold on. Okay, so if everybody wants to refer to it. It was page 38 of the value for money statement. It says actually the operating structure, ACA has indicated it has initial vision was directly hiring into the roles described as, anyway, you would be open to exploring the engagement of a management company, which I found interesting because I kind of see you as the management company for a facility that we would own. So would you be willing to manage a smaller facility, I guess is the question.
Right. Okay. I'd like to first clarify that comment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Because I was probably going to ask anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Mayor. The management company point had not been raised to us or been on our radar at all until we were asked that question by MNP. So our business case is developed based on us hiring a general manager that has operating experience of similar facilities, and that general manager hiring a staff. We have a full staff structure built out. We have all the job descriptions built out. We have the salaries for those staff. So that's the structure underneath. I mean, we could liken it to, you know, this administration and council. So that's our general manager or CAO, and they are responsible for the operations of the facility in terms of employees. We as a board would be a governance board responsible for making policy decisions, providing strategic direction, et cetera. So that's the structure that we built our business case off of. In terms of this comment about a management company, we were asked that by M&P during their questioning. They said, oh, well, what about, you know, if you were to arrange for a management company to operate the facility? And we said, well, that's not really something that we thought about or really considered. But you know what, if there's an interest in exploring that, we would be interested in exploring it. Our other comment was that we have a concern over the fact that now you're adding a profit margin to the cost of this facility, which is in some ways in opposition to the idea behind the nonprofit. The idea is we're going to do this on a nonprofit basis that we don't need to add this profit margin on. So it's something that, you know, we're open to discussing, but we do have concerns that it's adding additional overhead to the costs of the facility that otherwise wouldn't be there. So if that management company needs to take 10%, well, all of a sudden that's a pretty significant price tag that's being added on. To your point about a smaller facility, I think that's, again, something I would have to take back to our board. That's not one of those items that we talked about in advance. I would comment that we've had different iterations of this facility in terms of what amenities are in it and whatnot. So if there's a desire to adjust the scope and us working with administration, we could probably achieve that, or I'm confident we can achieve that. Then it may be a smaller scope facility or maybe a larger scope facility, depending on what the result is. So certainly open to that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the question of amenities does always come to my head because there's a huge interest in St. Albert to build a pool, and you know, no question around that, but it does weigh heavily on me. So, you know, one of the quick ones was the governance structure. Would you be willing to have somebody from the city sit on the board?
So can I first come back to your comment about the pool piece, Mayor?
Sure,
Is that okay? Because I mean, that is dear to my heart as well. And many of our board members, we've got, you know, families growing up in this city, and I mean, aquatics are in demand. There's no question. I think there's an opportunity where if we get our facility off the ground, and let's say we're achieving the base model, or even a little bit better than what the base model MNP came out with, I think there's an opportunity where those surplus funds could then be used to help offset some of the operating costs of the pool. So I think it's sort of in a phased approach. We really start to build a successful campus, which is what the overall vision for this is. So again, there's opportunity there. To your question about governance, we have a proposal in our business case which reflects our board of directors having the governance role. We have a facility operations advisory council which has people that have facility operating experience to help guide us in standing this facility up. Now, if that was something that was going to be met by others, then certainly we could adjust that structure. They're not a decision-making body, they're an advisory body. We have an advisory council that's really our community outreach. And then we have planned for a stakeholder council to represent the different user groups so that, you know, ringette, figure skating, minor hockey, pickleball club could all have a voice and an opportunity to share their feedback. Again, we're not set in stone on that. That was our initial, as I said in my speech, this is our initial take on it. And then we're happy to refine that accordingly. To your question about City of St. Albert involvement in facility operations, I think there's an opportunity for that, and our board does. How it manifests itself, I think that's one that we need to take away and discuss with administration. Again, it was mentioned by MNP the other day that the City of Calgary has a liaison that liaises with those nonprofit organizations. So I think that, at minimum, I think that would be an acceptable arrangement.
All right, I think that's all the questions I had specifically for Mr. Bakowicz. Some of them are the same, yeah, same. Oh, now, sorry. Oh, I sent you a message in the chat. No, now you do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just really quickly, the comments about the pool just brought up some questions for me. So Matt, the last time, or earlier this year when you spoke to council, you came out and said that a pool would not be financially viable. And certainly that looking at the profit and the cost of swimming pool, I completely agree that break even would be challenging, if not impossible. So I guess could you expand on kind of what changed from earlier this year to now where that's now possible?
So my comment was about a phased approach, Councillor Jolly, which would see the opportunity for some of the operating costs for a pool in the future to be offset by our facility, which has already gotten its legs under it. So as an example, if we look at, 5 years down the road, so we launched the facility and then it's operating for 5 years. And then at that point, if it's having a profit margin or a surplus of, let's say, $200,000 or $300,000 a year, maybe there's an opportunity for that to help defer some of the costs.
Okay, so I guess that clarifies the question. So 200,000 is not enough to operate a pool. So that does clarify that. And my other question is about pickleball. So I understand that your plan has possibly changed in the last few weeks and that pickleball courts are now going in. Did I misunderstand what's happening there?
Councillor Jolly, if I could finish my thought from my previous
Go ahead,
comment,
Matt. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry,
Go
it's
ahead.
just
That's okay.
the web thing, it's a little challenging. I guess what I'm saying is that the Fountain Park pool, for example, I think it's $1.8 million a year that it's subsidized. And that is a large cost. Again, do we see this new facility, the new pool, likely being of that magnitude? Maybe not as high, but even if our facility could help cover off, $200,000 or $300,000 in costs on behalf of the taxpayer, that's $200,000 or $300,000 in savings. So again, it might not be able to fully cover the cost of it, but there's opportunity there to help defer some of the costs, and we think that would be a good arrangement. And your question, Councillor Jolly, sorry, can you rephrase that for me? I just missed the
Pickleball.
end of that.
Yeah, so I just heard that there were conversations with active communities and pickleball is now on the table for including that in the model. I just wanted to clarify kind of what the details are of that.
So pickleball has been in our scope for quite some time, several years. We have had many of their members dressed up in their shirts supporting our project and in past council meetings, and that strength of that relationship continues to be there. They have needs in terms of gymnasium space, and we've actually sat down with all the pickleball club presidents from Edmonton, Sherwood Park, St. Albert, Spruce Grove to understand that sport better, and they've provided us with their national standards and all types of things that we've incorporated into the design so that our facility could also host pickleball events within the gymnasium sections.
Okay, and I guess then I put that question over to MMP. Was that not included in the report just because it was kind of assumed that that was just included in the gymnasium stuff, or?
Yeah, we didn't go into all of the different uses of a multi-use gymnasium facility.
Okay.
Pickleball is just one of many.
Okay, so, but this would be like, I got the impression it would be like pickleball courts, so with the lines, and that's what the courts are for. Did I misunderstand maybe what I heard?
Matt could add to this, but my understanding is that, from the other club that I'm a part of at the Derrick, you just paint lines on the gymnasium floor, and
Yeah.
Another thing. If you're building it from scratch, and Matt can add to it, I would assume it could be incorporated into the gym, but we did not go into detail in assessing pickleball as a unique sport, and we didn't look at indoor tennis or volleyball or basketball or any other uses of the gymnasium.
Okay.
A multi-use facility.
That's really helpful, because I thought this was an additional 12 courts is the impression that I got. So that's good to clear that up. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Herron.
Okay, thank you. How many gymnasium spaces are there?
So we have
Two full?
4 large gymnasiums.
Four
within
large.
the facility, yeah.
And then you could, yeah. Service Place has pickleball courts, lines on the floor, so, yeah. Any other questions, council? Okay, all right, Councillor Mackay.
I just one, and it's just basically the last one, and I wrote it down because it was the presentation, was one of the last slides, and it was speaking to risk from the consultant, and I'll read it out to you, and I just wanted to get your response to it in relation to it. And it kind of was a summation of the presentation, and it was around the financial sustainability of the facility when net surpluses on 3% of revenue is a significant risk when so many factors could contribute to deficit positions and/or limiting reserve contributions. Any comments in relation to that?
So first of all, I think the fact is that these are not massive money makers or massive opportunities. Otherwise, the for-profit sector would be heavily involved in this. So I think we've got to recognize that this is a middle ground. There's no golden, at the end of the rainbow, right? Like it's something, there's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow here. It's something that will have to be managed closely from a cost standpoint. Again, most of those costs or revenue streams are very solid revenue streams. For example, ice time, I mean, the variability of that would expected to be very minor over the life of the facility, with the exception being what we currently have, which is a pandemic. And I caution against the recency bias of overstating the impact of the pandemic in terms of a 50-year lifespan of this facility. So I think that, yes, the margin is relatively small, Councillor, but I think that that's a margin that other facilities in the province have successfully managed to operate for 30 to 40 years. And I think that given that there are examples of success in this, that as a nonprofit, we could manage that margin as well in a successful manner.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just wanted to let you have an opportunity to respond.
Thank you.
Councillor Watkins, did I see you trying to get my attention? You're good? Councillor Watkins? Okay, good. All right, I see no more questions. Making sure. All right, thank you, Mr. Backrich. I'm sure you're going to stick around and listen. All right, Council, any questions specific to Myers Horse Penny or our own administration? Okay, I'm going to start. Page 29 of the report recommends that the city speak directly with the province to get more insight into to their perspective and willingness to fund. I guess probably Mr. Hiltz. I mean, it's always been an awkward conversation having ACA as our middle ground to a grant that will essentially come to the city. Not ACA won't get the grant, it'll be the city. Have you started those conversations? And do you have a point of contact?
Yes, I have a point of contact and we can start those conversations based on the direction of your motion that's coming up.
Okay, so have you had any like the question that Councillor Hanson asked about the requirement of MOU, are you of the same opinion that it's not required at this time?
Well, I'm going to, from my perspective, and that's one of the debate points between ACA and city administration, because the original motion was based on mutual agreement for that date. It was the value for money that needed to drive the project forward, not the MOU. So that was the more important aspect of the project. So from our perspective, the MOU was the MOU. It wasn't a defining characteristic of success or failure of the project moving forward.
Okay, all right. There was a question in the report about can we borrow? Can we get a borrowing bylaw if we don't own the asset? Do we have an opinion either from legal or from our finance department on that one?
Through the chair to council, ownership of the asset is not a prerequisite for borrowing.
Okay, all right. That was just a question that the report had raised. Thank you. So the MOU is not signed, but ready to sign? Where are we in that stage?
We're about 95% there.
Okay. Is it possible to either put a timeline on securing that funding from other levels of government? And then if the timeline passes, the MOU expires? Or is it, because what I worry about is that if we have an MOU in place and we're actively going after an ACA project, we are foregoing other options. So can we, how long does the MOU have to be in place and we forego other ideas?
Well, right now, I think the MOU, we have it structured to have a 3-year time period.
Okay.
For expiry.
Thank you. So it's not, okay. Is Diane on the line?
Yes, she is.
Both Dianes pop up. I meant Diane Anger, sorry. Diane, Matt just talked about the fact that we're not able to actually provide enough ice slots for games for hockey. And I was under the understanding it was mostly practices that were taking place outside of St. Albert. Do you have any comment?
So thanks, Mayor, for that question. So what I have in terms of information is direct from Minor Hockey, from St. Albert Minor Hockey Association. So last year they purchased about 340 hours outside of St. Albert for their league use. Whether it was practice or games, I'm not exactly sure, but of the hours that they purchased outside, it's about $80,000, about 340 hours. We know though that the teams that belong to St. Albert Minor Hockey purchased probably another about 2,000 hours outside. So based on what Minor Hockey is looking at in terms of what they've purchased, it was significantly less than what the teams overall purchased outside of St. Albert. And in terms of knowing whether it's games, so of course all of our teams play interlock games. So often St. Albert is playing in Edmonton arenas or other arenas based on interlock play. So they are playing games throughout the region as well.
Okay. I'm gonna pass it over to Councillor Broad. He just waved at me. He's got some questions and I have a few more at the end.
As I said to Mr. Bakowicz, this whole project sort of lives or dies on the funding commitment from other orders of government. You said the MOU would last up to 3 years. Does that mean that we wait up to 3 years? Like, I mean, the horizon on this has got to be quicker than that. Will we know? Do we know what the horizon for understanding whether this would be approved or not approved? Do we know what that would be?
What I would assume from the provincial perspective, if you look at their capital planning process, so their budget date is February, March of 2021 for the 21-22 year. And so their time after, they'd make that assessment of the grant. So basically under the capital planning, the government would assess like, roads, hospitals, schools, everything right through to the nonprofits that they would give funding to. So they would have pockets of money that they'd be able to give to the various groups, consideration of that overall capital plan that the government approves. So they would probably know, I would say in the first half of 2021.
Okay. It was interesting because at the AUMA conference, the premier said a statement similar to this. He says, so make sure you cash the checks quickly because the next one's may bounce. Assuming that this precludes or this other grant funding is already assigned, is that correct?
Pardon, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so the grant funding is, he's not talking about this pot of grant
No.
funding. This is already set aside, correct?
Yes, yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going back to the AUMA conference, we did hear from the new Minister of Municipal Affairs that 7 projects had been signed off, but we didn't understand what they were specifically. At least I didn't hear that. I didn't get to every session. So do we know what's been signed off on? Has that been released to municipalities?
7 projects? I don't remember that part.
Yeah, in the mid-size caucus, mid-size mayor's caucus, she mentioned it, and she also mentioned it at her address at the convention that she was already signing some projects off, and that news would be forthcoming. But I was just wondering if we had heard that, because I'm interested to know what kinds of projects are being signed off. So anyway.
Sure. I don't remember the number 7 because I didn't make the mid-size, at least not right at the beginning, and Mr. Hiltz has his hand up. But I think when she did talk about the news forthcoming, the very next day or on Monday or whatever, over the weekend, was when we got the emails about how much we would be receiving in our stimulus fund, which was a bilateral agreement with the federal government. So that's where we got the 700,000 in transit funding and approximately 6 million in operational, and that's no strings attached, but it's not for capital. So I don't know if that's it.
Okay, so maybe that's one and the same. I thought she was talking two different. Two different.
I do know if it was mid-size related, Lethbridge got some money quite a while ago. Carrie, do you have anything else?
Yeah, the only other projects would be that the 2017-2018 allotment of grant funding that they gave to Edson and some of those other communities. Like they announced those a few weeks ago, and they were a number of recreation programs or recreation facilities that they provided funding for. Those are from 2017-18 that they're just signing off right now and providing funding to. So those are the last of the rec facilities to get funding on.
That includes the Drayton Valley one as well?
Yeah, Drayton Valley, Edson, I can't remember.
I think Devon got some too.
Devon did, correct.
Yeah. So I think I could find those numbers if you wanted them. Somebody's waving, what'd you say? And the wastewater commission got some as well. Any more questions that I'm seeing from council to staff? Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okay, go ahead,
I
Councilor
had a question to
Watkins.
staff, actually, sorry. Just of Diane, what is the utilization of the Go Center, the 2,000-seat arena, for other than practice? Because there's been, it's been implied that it's really just a glorified practice facility with 2,000 seats. So what other kind of uses have we had in there over the last couple of years? And is there a way we can improve the the usage of that facility?
So Go Auto Arena has, like, we maximize our utilization of ice on there. It is, again, because the demand is around practices, we maximize it with practices. However, if there is a large event, so we've had the Continental Cup of Curling, we've had games, we've had a National Ringette Championship. So we have had lots of major events that we've hosted in that arena, and we do work with our sport partners. So if the sport partners are looking to bid on a particular event or game, we would work with them to ensure that we could work with our sport partners to free up that available time in that arena to be able to host some of those major events.
And how many major events have we posted in there in the last, say, 3 years, couple of years, 2 years?
I would say 2012 was kind of when we started to offer several of our key events, kind of went until 14 or 15. And the last few years, we have not offered a lot of major events. Part of that comes from the drive from the sport partners or from the community in terms of what kinds of events are available. And part of it comes from our availability of ice. So it is a bit of a hardship when we do have major events in that arena. It does displace our sport partners such as hockey, ringette, and figure skating, because we just don't have enough ice during those available times. We are always open to looking at that arena during sort of our shoulder times or the times when we do have availability. If it's a major ice event though, it usually needs the same prime time as our sport partners as well.
And is the user fee that hockey would pay for that ice surface different than any other ice surface in St. Albert?
All of our ice surfaces are the same rate for sport partners.
Okay, thank you.
Another question for, I don't know if it's for Kevin, Kiri, or Chris, I'm not sure. The conversation came up about the time involved. I think it was Councillor Watkins, the work and the time involved for you to spend addressing the 11 recommendations. So when I look at them, got some answers of clarity today on ownership and governance, but when I read, and maybe this is for Mars Penny just to start it off, user cannibalization, your recommendation is that the City of St. Albert quantify risk and impact. Then sponsorship and donations, City of St. Albert assess the risk. How do we do that? To you, and then I'm going to look at Mr. Hills to see what's involved in time for his staff. I don't know how you quantify the risk of sponsorship. You know what I'm getting at? Like,
Yeah,
you couldn't do it. Maybe was it the timelines were too short, or how do you assess those kind of risks?
To me, it's looking at the market to assess who would be interested in doing this. You have Ms. Enger, and they would understand the sponsorships and the availability of sponsorships through the city facilities, and then assessing whether others would be interested. It's a look at the market to see who would be actually up to do that. And it just going out and assessing that. It's not and then once you've got an assessment of the interest in it, what's the risk to the economic risk that money would be there when you need it?
And that was outside the scope of what we had asked you to do. Because honestly, those are big questions that we would have hoped it would have been answered by now, but just outside the scope?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Hiltz, any comment on how much work that would be, and can it even be done?
Well, looking at the process, your worship, that's kind of outlined and the amount of work required, I'd have to put a couple pretty much staff dedicated to this, both from the financial perspective and from the recreation perspective. Meeting the November 30th timelines that ACA would like to meet, it would be very overwhelming actually to be able to meet those with everything else going on right now between budget, the operation, financial review, and some of the other things that are happening. So it would be significant.
Okay. I don't want to jump, but I'm just going to jump ahead to my notice of motion question. So I've asked for November 2nd. Recommendations from you and your staff. And so you're not going to do some of these risks assessments by November 2nd then, obviously.
We'd be able to approach those risk assessments that were outlined in the Myers-Norris report at a very high level. We wouldn't be able to get into the nuts and bolts on any of them probably.
Okay. Because the big recommendation from NNP was a decision regarding 20 million capital be fully tabled until all these are addressed.
Yep.
Yeah. And so we're not looking at rewriting ACA's business case.
No.
No, you're just going to take what we've got. I mean, I'm sorry, Council, I am jumping ahead, but it is very related. So maybe I'll back away for that till I actually put the motion on the floor. But any more questions from Council to our staff? Go ahead, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess in terms of the MOU, it's currently in the motion that has passed to execute an MOU. And I guess part and parcel of the MNP recommendation of getting the recommendations ticked off before we can move ahead, is the plan then, from administration's point of view, not to execute an MOU until the recommendation, if passed, to get all the ducks in line would happen? So I guess I'm asking, does the MOU need to be delayed until we figure out, we pass the recommendations? Or do we extend the motion, or process-wise, what do we do?
So the motion is, mutually agreeable with administration and ACA. So we've taken a very calculated approach over just over 2 years. I don't think it's quite been several years yet. So first of all, we cited the facility. If you recall, this facility was originally proposed by ACA to be at the Field of Dreams site, but we did a significant amount of work to come up with a more beneficial location for both growth and for more economical servicing. So we got through that gate. We did get hit by the pandemic here, unfortunately, which delayed us a couple of months in getting the value for money going. So now we've got that done, but I guess to answer your question, I mean, it's at the end of the day, the motion as we see it is to, when it's mutually agreeable, and we've taken a very calculated approach. We've, since this process started, picked a different site, which is more amenable for all parties. And now the value for money. We didn't want to invest a lot of resources into doing MOUs and next steps without a value for money that says, should we even consider the next steps? Now comes the recommendations. I mean, to, I guess, partially answer the mayor's question, I think some of the recommendations can be vetted very easily or dealt with very easily with kind of a screening level assessment. So, but there's probably, yeah, one or two that are going to take some more time. So I guess it's, depending what happens with the mayor's notice of motion, I guess we see what happens then, or we keep going ahead now. I mean, it will all depend on what council debates on the next item here, but, do you go ahead partially? Do you wait, get everything in place? Whatever, that, I think that'll be more council's debate, and I don't really want to comment on it.
Thank you.
So essentially you need some more direction from council.
That's correct, yes.
Yep. Councillor Mackay.
I apologize, but all the questions are generating more questions.
No,
So please
that's
forgive me.
exhausted.
I just a question directed to MNP then. From your understanding of your motion, then you're recommending that, or not your motion, pardon me, your recommendation, that that a decision regarding the 20 million in capital funding. So you heard my question directly to Mr. Bakowicz in relation to his interpretation of what the $20 million would be for. So, I mean, if we're kind of caught up in a situation where potentially we could use the money to service the land, but they want the $20 million to actually for building the actual amenity. Was that your interpretation of that during all your discussions with ACA?
My understanding was that the 20 million was for the capital build of the facility.
Okay, thank you. That's just, I'm just trying to seek clarification in relation to it, because I don't see one being without the other, but I guess we'll have a discussion in relation to that later on today. Thanks.
All right, are there any questions that I am, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Hughes, you're all good? Okay. All right, we do have a motion in front of us on this topic, which is to receive for information. That's it, yeah. And then we, if you guys don't mind, we amended the agenda to jump right into my notice of motion. So go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor.
That's okay.
I jumped back to the September 28th when you were talking through. So is it in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, great. Come on. That the attached report titled Value for Money Assessment, Active Communities Alberta, Regional Sport and Community Campus Business Case, dated September 28th, 2020 be received as information.
Thank you for that. Any opening comments, Councillor Hanson?
I just really do want to express my great appreciation to all the work that has been done. I know that this has been difficult and it's been rushed and it's been a lot of work on staff. Appreciate the recommendations that MMP has come up with in the collaboration with ACA. You know, I do believe in the project. I have, and I say that publicly. I continue to believe in the project. But this does give us an opportunity to dive deep into the risks. And so it was a great report. You know, my hope going forward is that collaboration can take place. I understand we are in a very difficult financial position with COVID and trying to run a city and having $20 million in our pockets. So there's a lot of things that we need to discuss. But the concept of this project and the need for the facility is here. And we have a need for a pool as well. And there's no question about that. But really at the end of the day, I want to just, we are receiving this only today as information. I just, again, want to express my appreciation to everybody to get through fulfilling that motion of having a value for money assessment, and we did it, and now we have new information to go through.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Any other comments on this? I'll just add a thank yous to Mr. Levin and Myers Penny. We couldn't have gone any further without your expert opinion on this. I mean, I know we paid you for this, but it really was required for us to have a really good examination and a kind of a third party look at this. So I appreciate you spending 2 Mondays with us on this topic. So thank you. Anything to close, Councillor Hanson? All those in favor? That is unanimous. All right, Council, we're going to move on, if you don't mind. I'm going to just quickly move the first motion that the 21-day advance notice period for consideration of council motions be waived for the following motion in accordance with section 23.8 of the procedure bylaw. So that we are hoping to entertain a motion that reads that by November 2nd, 2020, administration present recommendations on the value for money report for the Active Communities Alberta business case, as well as the next steps for the development of a future recreation facility. So I'm just reading the first one and just read the second one, so you know what we're voting on. So any opinion on waiving notice of motion? Oh, I should relinquish the chair. I just flying along. Councillor Hanson, you're the deputy mayor. I apologize.
That's okay, Mayor. Would you like to read?
Do you want me to read it again?
Motions in, and have you read them both in?
I'll just read the first one of waiving.
Okay. I think you have read that in. And
You're good?
And I accept
Okay.
it.
All right.
Any opening remarks?
No, I just, honestly, I think if we don't pass this motion today, I think the 7 of us are going to be kind of lost and floundering, and I assume administration would feel the same way. We don't know where to go next. So until we actually have an opinion from our staff, we can't do much else. So we could wait the 21 days if you want, but I want to move it faster.
Thank you. Are there any other comments around this motion, notice of motion to waive? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. I think nobody was opposed.
Okay, do you want me to read the second one in now?
Yes, please.
Okay, one more time. That by November 2nd, 2020, administration present recommendations on the value for money report for the Active Communities Alberta business case, as well as next steps for the development of a future recreation facility.
Thank you. Are there any questions prior to me accepting this? We'll go with Councillor Mackay and then Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, and I guess it's just a follow-up in relation to the question you had during the last comment. Does administration feel that that's enough time?
So as I mentioned earlier, like I think some of them can have clear answers and the motion as put forward is to present recommendations. There may well be recommendations that we need to dig a little deeper on a couple of them. So technically, I don't think there's any problem with the date. It's just that we may suggest that, you know, we need some more time to work on one or two of them, depending on once we get into it and see.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with budget. I mean, our budgets are going to be happening right around that time. We're going to be into full-scale discussions. So I just want to make sure we know what we're doing.
Yeah, so well, maybe I'll give administration's understanding of this motion, and if our understanding is wrong, then you can certainly steer us on the path you would like us to take. But so no, over the next month, we're going to look at different aspects of a future recreation facility, considering many different moving parts, I guess you could say. So first and foremost, as you mentioned, is the first phase of the third-party operational and fiscal review, which includes recreation and parks. We'll have some initial recommendations from our consultant on that, as well as the 2021 proposed budget and future years financial planning. So again, these are all underway and being provided in the next month or so. And they will provide valuable insight and information into planning and development of future recreation amenities, inclusive of and of course in the context of anticipated financial realities. We will review MNP's recommendations for validation in the context of current city bylaws, policies and studies and provincial legislation. And we'll seek clarification of any information ACA and MNP have provided to date, if necessary, but we're not going to be asking for or seeking additional work from ACA or MNP unless at this point in time. We will clarify our understanding of provincial planning, budgeting, scheduling, and funding approval processes with the province. And we'll consider this proposed project in the context of short, medium, and long-term opportunities and alternatives locally and regionally, considering different potentially involved parties, sectors, and recreation stakeholders. And we aren't, our understanding with this motion is that we wouldn't be advancing further discussions on or executing the MOU or any proposed agreements before November 2nd. If council approves that notice of motion this evening. As we understand, the notice of motion is to review and update council on the broad range of considerations I've talked about here, dig a little deeper into the MNP recommendations to see what we can address and what we need to do some more work on. So in short, you know, we'll throw everything on the table with recommendations based on the best available information for council's consideration in making decisions regarding the development of a future recreation facility.
All right, thank you for that thorough answer. I appreciate it. I'm always just concerned in relation to the pressures on staff. I mean, I'm just concerned about that. And then also just in Mr. Bakowicz's presentation, he would like, you know, us to come back with something before the end of November. So potentially what we discover by the November 2nd could be to move forward on that as well. So.
Yeah, and I think that kind of works for November 2nd, and then we'll see where we're at from there. But I mean, you do raise a point, and Mr. Hiltz talked about it. We've got the operational and fiscal review. We've got you know, probably our most challenging budget, which is significantly behind because we've delayed it, of course, as we understand how COVID is progressing here. But you know, we're also currently right in the middle of, for example, still COVID. We're still trying to, you know, guidelines came out last week on opening hot tubs and saunas and indoor play parks. So, you know, Rec and Parks is busy working on those, and we've got one completed ICF and working on a cost sharing with other communities. So yeah, there's a lot on the go with Rec and Parks at the moment here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I realize that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. This question is probably for Mayor Herron. So in terms of what you're looking for admin, I guess my concern is that they might be wading into kind of the political sphere. You know, reading MNP's report, really they came up with more questions than answers and didn't lean one way or the other as far as whether this is something that, yes, the city should jump on. So I guess, are you looking for just a general sense from administration what we should do for rec facilities or for this particular relationship with this particular organization?
Okay, thank you. I think honestly, the answer is both. Both. I mean, I think this council's been I don't want to use the word dragging our feet, but we are we're entering the fourth year of a 4-year term. And the biggest two things that I heard at the election in 17 was traffic and recreation. And we've done a good job with traffic, I'd say, but not so much with recreation. And so I think we were all kind of waiting to see where this value for money assessment went. I guess on a very high level, I'd like to see I'm looking at Mr. Scoble now, the 11 recommendations, just if there's a deal breaker on ownership of the facility or not, we would insist on governance, et cetera. Or if you say this is too risky, then council needs to hear that, honesty. There were some high risk things there, and I haven't put you on the spot yet to say, is it too risky? But I need to hear that, those kind of things. And then I think we need to, my biggest concern is always, as we wait for active communities and the value for money, are we foregoing other opportunities? We put out an expression of interest, people answered them, and we have ignored that in the meantime. So I think there's a bit of both in there. And we've got some really good experts in front of us. Mr. Hiltz has built recreation facilities in the past, and so has Mr. Scoble, on not getting political, but advice to council on the waters to tread forward on. Does that help?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't envy the work that Mr. Hiltz has in front of him. If this passes,
No. And you know what, Mr. Scoble and I have had exhaustive conversations about this, and he said it's probably one of the hardest decisions and hardest pass any council could take is building a rec center.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's for another time.
So he's here to help us. There's my entire debate arguments.
Are there any other questions before I accept the motion? Seeing none, I accept, Mayor.
All right, I'm actually not going to add much to what has been said.
Okay.
I wanted to understand if Mr. Scoble and Mr. Hiltz understand the intent, and I think we heard that what they interpreted as, and then I just sort of added a few qualifiers in there myself. So I think instead of leaving our administration without any direction, we need to hear back from them, and we can then set a course. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything from other councillors on debate? Yes, Councillor Watkins.
Yes, I'm going to support it. I think we owe it to ACA with all the work they've put into this and all the work that's gone in this to date to kind of bring this to more of a conclusion and answer all the questions and give them the opportunity to address the comments and concerns in the MNP report.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I was a little bit hesitant going in. I didn't get the impression that there would be a back and forth between ACA and admin in the next month. So I'll be curious to know what is taken out of this by Mr. Scoble and Mr. Hiltz. But I certainly look forward to administration's recommendations for how to go forward on a recreation facility, and really those top two priorities, aquatics and ice, are on the table right from the get-go. And I agree that it's something that we need to move on. Thank you.
Seeing no more comments or questions on debate, I'll hand it back over to you, Mayor.
I'll just end with Councillor Jolly brought up something really interesting about a back and forth between administration and active communities, and that's what's been happening. And it's about time now that the 7 members of council get their feet dirty and get into that conversation. So we've heard the value for money, we've heard from active communities, we need to hear from administration now. And then I want to avoid the back and forth. Like in the next 2 weeks, the report is the report. I don't want to see any business cases from ACA changing. Just take it as it is and move forward. So trying to get that middleman out of there. So that was a good point. Nothing further.
Call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous.
Can I take the chair back?
Sure.
You can continue. All right. It is almost 4. I think we should probably take a 20-minute at least break before we enter in, because the next conversation is fairly meaty as well. So it's 10 to 4. Why don't we reconvene at 10 minutes after 4? She's got it in the bag. Yeah. Oh, the Krista from Fort McMurray is pretty good too. All right, it's 10 after 4. We're back at it. So we're at agenda item 7.2, face coverings bylaw update. Do we have Percy somewhere? Who's presenting this, Mr. Scoble? Oh, there he is. Hi, Percy. Haven't seen you in a while. Do you have a presentation?
I do have a presentation.
All right, go ahead.
I'll try screen sharing here and see how effective that is. And there, you should have something there in front of you.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So good afternoon, Mayor Herron and Council. We're here today to kind of provide you an update on the mandatory face covering bylaw, providing some regional information for context, current situational update, experience with the bylaw to date, and some lessons learned to assist with your discussion on recommendations regarding the mandatory face covering bylaw. Once the presentation is complete, we'll attempt to answer any questions that you might have on the bylaw and recommendations. Aaron Giesbrecht is with us today for questions on policing services, and David Lafar obviously can answer questions on the bylaw itself.
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. So this image kind of provides an overview of the current status of the mandatory face covering conversations in the Edmonton region. In Edmonton, masks are mandatory in all indoor public places and public vehicles. Strathcona County, they're mandatory on transit and in publicly owned facilities. And there is a county-wide trigger of 25 or more active COVID-19 cases in the municipality for a broader bylaw. Spruce Grove is mandatory on transit and all public accessible indoor civic facilities. A threshold of 18 cases, active cases, is their trigger. Fort Saskatchewan, face coverings are required in all city-operated indoor facilities, and there is a citywide trigger in effect if there are 10 active cases confirmed. Beaumont is mandatory in all indoor public locations. Leduc is mandatory on transit and has a trigger in effect when the threshold reaches 10 confirmed cases. Leduc County has no bylaw. Parkland County has no bylaw. Stony Plain has a trigger in place to commence when they're placed under a provincial watch, which is that 50 per 100,000 cases. Sturgeon County, like Stony Plain, has a trigger in place when they're placed under a watch. Provincially, there are many other examples of face covering bylaws. We're all aware of Calgary. Banff is mandatory in all indoor spaces and outside in downtown pedestrian zones. Jasper is very similar to Banff in that manner. Lethbridge is mandatory in all indoor enclosed or substantially enclosed public spaces. Airdrie has a trigger of the provinces designating the city status level as enhanced. Okotoks has a threshold of 15, and masks are mandatory in indoor municipal spaces. Red Deer is when they're under a provincially defined watch, and they are currently required in public transit. Grand Prairie has a threshold of 100 active cases between the city and county, or when the relaunch status changes to enhanced. This slide shows active cases based on the local health areas. Within St. Albert, the current active number of cases is 11, or 15.96 per 100,000, which is down from the peak, which was just below the provincial watch threshold within St. Albert. And in the midst of this, the council meeting just prior to coming back online, I just received notice of some additional changes in some of the areas outside of St. Albert. The province remains in stage 2 of the provincial relaunch strategy with physical distancing, hand hygiene, with self-isolation measures in place for returning from out-of-country travel, close contact with a COVID positive person, or if you're experiencing signs and symptoms of COVID-19. The Medical Officer of Health of Alberta continues to recommend the use of face coverings. An Alberta government website update on August 12th indicates Albertans are encouraged to wear non-medical masks in public when it is difficult to maintain physical distancing of 2 meters at all times. With return to school and relaxation of lockdown measures provincially, number of active COVID-19 cases are trending upwards. Nationally, the federal government has stated that we are in the second wave of the pandemic. The provinces of Quebec, Ontario, and BC have publicly stated they are in or could be in the second wave of COVID-19. Quebec has instituted additional lockdown measures in response to COVID-19. A federal report titled Update on COVID-19 in Canada, Epidemiology and Modeling, released on September 22nd, 2020, predicts exponential growth of COVID-19 if we maintain our current rate of contacts. The national reproductivity rate over time for COVID-19 has been greater than 1 since mid-August. When this rate is greater than 1, it means COVID is increasing. Incident rates of COVID-19 in Alberta have not been stated to be in a second wave by the province, and is not increasing at the rates seen in Ontario and Quebec. This last month, the international death toll attributed to COVID-19 passed the 1 million deaths. According to a September 21st, 2020 national survey conducted by Leger, Association for Canadian Studies, said 83% of Canadians say government should make it mandatory to wear masks when in indoor public spaces. And 87% of Canadians say wearing a mask protects others and is a civic responsibility. Another national survey that was published on September 28th found that 86% of Canadians and 77% of Albertans surveyed think we will experience a second wave of COVID-19. That same survey found that 60% of Canadians and 67% of Albertans have relaxed methods such as proper social distancing, always wearing a mask in indoor spaces such as a grocery store and on public transit, frequent hand washing, not gathering in large groups, and always wearing a mask when outside of home. The Federal Epidemiology and Modeling Report indicates that with rising case counts and activity switching to indoors, we need to be more vigilant. Up to the end of September, 492 patrols and site visits have occurred by municipal enforcement services. There have been a total of 285 cases of public education and warnings that have occurred over this period. One ticket has been issued under this bylaw, and no complaints or investigations of harassment have occurred in this timeframe. Since August 1st, there have been 25 requests by residents and 3 requests by businesses for a municipal enforcement service presence or patrol asked for. People have generally reacted positively to the presence of municipal enforcement services, with many expressing an appreciation to see municipal enforcement services officers proactively patrolling and educating, enforcing the mandatory mask bylaw. Businesses have welcomed these municipal enforcement services officers into their establishments, and there have been relatively few negative interaction between officers and the public regarding the education or enforcement of the bylaw. Key learnings. There were 2 identified key learnings, and those include, firstly, the definition of face covering in St. Albert's bylaw is very broad and could well be interpreted to include rigid face shield. However, face shields are not within the Alberta Health Services recommended types of face coverings, and this could create issues if wearing shields as a substitute for proper masks that fit snugly over to the skin on the face. A published document from the province on personal protective equipment says, there is no current evidence that shows wearing a face shield alone adequately protects others from the wearer's respiratory droplets and should not be used as a substitute for a mask. The second key learning is that St. Albert's bylaw does not require businesses to post a sign at the entry telling customer that masks are required. This has led to some patrons not masking and claiming that they were not aware that a bylaw was in place. From this information, administration is providing 2 recommendations for council to consider. Firstly, a bylaw amendment that addresses the key learning on face shield, that eliminates face shields as an alternative to masks. Secondly, that administration be instructed to present a further report and recommendations on the face covering bylaw at the last regular council meeting in December, so that council may determine a further course of action before the face covering bylaw is automatically repealed on December 31st, 2020. Regarding the second key learning, administration will continue to reach out to businesses through economic development and with the Chamber of Commerce. The city has been providing resources for businesses on the mask bylaw through an information toolkit for businesses and signage that was developed. Education has worked well with businesses, and the Chamber is willing to continue to partner with the city on this approach. We would be happy to take your questions at this time.
Excellent. All right. Councillor Mackay already has his hand up. So go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you for the presentation, Percy. I really appreciate the update. The question I have is going back to your slide showing the number of regional municipalities that have bylaws and triggers. How does, so Sturgeon County has had to implement their trigger, and it's my understanding today now that Strathcona County is at 27, so that kicks in their trigger. How does that work exactly? Or have you reached out to any of our regional partners to see what their learnings have been from their mask bylaws around with triggers? Like, how do they get the information out to businesses and their residents, and then how do you flip it back the other way? Have we got any information on that?
We've discussed that with other municipalities. They tend to post it within 24 hours of the occurrence, and that message is pushed out throughout the community. They're using a variety of different methods from local media and announcements on the city websites to advise individuals. The transition tends to take about 24 hours for that to occur.
Yeah, you answered my next question. I was just thinking transition time, and Mr. Lafleur, were you familiar with any of their bylaws? Do they have like a grace period in there, or is it just education as part of their enforcement?
Through the chair, I did look at pretty much all the bylaws mentioned in the reports. There is not that grace or transition period. I considered building something like that in, but there are enough issues around enforcement anyway, so I didn't.
I have a follow-up question in relation to one of the recommendations around face shields. So I've been in a couple of businesses recently, even today, where employees were just wearing face shields. So would be the intent of the bylaw then now with, if we were to go forward and mandate actual face coverings, would that require all employees to comply with that as well?
Through the chair, correct. They're required to comply with the bylaw now. What would change is that the ambiguity around face shields would be removed and face shields would no longer constitute compliance.
Okay, so we would have to communicate that through the business, probably through the chamber. Both of these businesses are chamber members, or through business licensing, I would assume. How would we notify businesses that their employees aren't in compliance?
I'm not sure if Percy or Aaron's able to comment on how we would tackle that.
Yeah, I think I can add. I think what there'll be some plans on if this motion passes is there'll be some key messaging that goes out to the community about the change. And then if we know of some specific businesses that are doing that, then we would be able to have officers go in and educate them about the new requirement.
All right, thank you. Just a follow-up question in relation, and you just kind of touched on it briefly, Percy. The chamber, have we reached out to them? Are they still in support? I mean, we did ask them when we first implemented the bylaw, and they did have a favorable response in a survey. Are they still seeing the same or similar results or did they do a follow-up survey or?
We reached out to the chamber and discussed this amendment and education with their members. They actually were very pleased with the information toolkit for businesses, and they've actually shared some of their key learnings that they've had, and we're developing some additional information for that information toolkit that'll be going out this week.
Thank you. Thanks again for the report. Sorry, I was tripping over my tongue there. That's it, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, just of Mr. Janke, could you just repeat those stats on the surveys that were done in Canada about the 87% and 83% and the Alberta stats again for me, please?
I certainly can. So on September 21st, 2020, a national survey conducted by Leger said that 83% of Canadians say the government should make it mandatory to wear masks when in indoor public spaces. And 87% of Canadians say wearing a mask protects others and is a civic responsibility. The September 28th survey found that 86% of Canadians and 77% of Albertans surveyed think we will experience a second wave of COVID-19. That same survey found that 60% of Canadians and 67% of Albertans have relaxed methods such as proper social distancing, wearing a mask in indoor places such as a grocery store and on public transit, frequent hand washing, and not gathering in large groups, and always wearing a mask when outside of home.
Thank you.
Question, Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Percy, for the presentation. Just in regards to the face shield, is there a, I see like doctors and nurses and emergency responders use masks and face shields. Is there no time that a face shield on its own would be appropriate? Because I think, you know, when we do go into some grocery stores, they've just got the face shield on and not the covering. So I just wonder if you can answer that.
Through the chair, the face shield by itself is not a recommended action use by either Alberta Health Services or the CDC, I believe, as well. Because it doesn't contain the kind of that respiratory pattern, whereas the mask itself or a face covering directly on the skin kind of protects against those respiratory droplets.
Okay, so at the end of the day, if you want to wear a face shield, you need to have a face covering underneath it.
Correct.
That's all you had?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to administration. Talk to me about gators, net gators. Those are acceptable under the bylaw, are they?
Yes, they would be.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Those neck warmer things? Yeah. Any more questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. How many hospitalizations have we had in St. Albert since this began?
No.
That's a piece of health information we wouldn't directly have. Health keeps those pieces of information directly to themselves.
That seems odd because the reason for all these measures to date, including the lockdown, was to keep the hospitalizations down so that they weren't overwhelmed. So you're telling me that we have no idea whether or not we're even being successful in keeping down the hospitalization rate?
58 in all of Alberta.
I think what your question, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Hughes, was specific to St. Albert. We know
Yes.
hospitalizations in Alberta, but
Right.
not specific St. Albert residents because they, for privacy, will not. Is that correct, Mr. Jenke?
That would be correct.
I thought we had them posted one time. That's why I'm a little surprised. Let me try not doing that. Okay, the other question is how many, this isn't to you, I think it's to Mr. Giesbrecht. How many hours have we currently used of ME time to enforce this bylaw?
It's hard to say. We haven't tracked the exact number of hours, but we've done approximately, I think it was about 400 patrols. So some of those patrols happen fairly quickly and we can do a number of them within, 15, 20 minutes. Other ones take a little bit longer. So if I were to put it on hours, somewhere between 200 and 300 hours, maybe.
Okay. And have we seen a drop in fine revenue as a result of ME doing this and not other things?
I haven't looked at that exact data to say what has dropped off the table as a result of doing this. So I can't give you a straight answer on fine revenue, sorry.
Okay. So I was looking at the, and thank you, I don't have more for you, Aaron, just so you know. I was looking at the recommended masks versus the face shields. And it doesn't say that the face shields are effective either. They just say you can wear them and that they should be fit a certain way, but it doesn't say that they work. And there's even a disclaimer on most mask boxes that say it does not work against COVID-19. So I'm trying to come to terms with the idea that a face mask, which would stop droplets from going ahead of a person, like, where's the evidence that masks work, I guess? Because they're saying there's no evidence that the face shields work, but I also don't see the evidence that the masks work. So do you have any information where the studies are to show that they work?
That would be kind of similar back to that information that was provided at the previous bylaw meeting. That information that was provided at that point in time.
And at that time, you said that there were a couple of studies that showed that they may provide some benefit, but that they were heavily flawed. So I'm trying to find a study that isn't heavily flawed, considering we have hundreds of them in the past 100 years that showed that they aren't effective against viruses. So I'm trying to figure out why masks, which you haven't shown me it has evidence that it really work, should be taking precedence over using a face mask, a shield, which we definitely know would stop the droplets in entirety, whereas a mask has there's holes in the fabric and it can get out. So I'm trying to figure out why, other than they're just saying don't use it for eye protection, why the face mask shouldn't be an option. And the reason I'm asking this is because many people have issues wearing the mask, and we're wearing this as an alternative to still be compliant. And the odds are that if they can't wear this, they probably won't be able to wear anything. So I'm trying to figure out why we would say no, and where the evidence is that the option A is actually doing anything.
So in terms of things with the masks, the information is still coming from the Chief Medical Officer of Health, as face masks are a recommended practice when you're not able to physically distance. And the two factors that are the most important factors that they still talk about are physical distancing and hand washing. The guidance, the provincial guidance on PPE does not, it still recommends the use of face masks. It does not recommend the use of face shields by themselves.
I guess I'm just saying, if let's say that somebody has a face shield, are you telling me that it'd be better off that they wear nothing at all in front of their face as opposed to wearing a face shield if they're unable to wear a mask in its form?
I believe that's what medical professionals are saying, not per se, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a recommendation from administration, is that we do that. And I'm trying to figure, like, honestly, you're going to put a screen in front of your face and you're telling me that that's worse than not putting a screen in front of my face. Because the people who are wearing it are generally non-compliant and can't wear it for various reasons and are trying to find a way to still be compliant with the bylaw. So I'm having a difficult time. Like, this is basically going to punish other people who are trying to be compliant, and you're actually going to have less compliance. The other question I have is, did we talk to any doctors or medical professionals or anything to explain why, like, Edmonton and St. Albert have had the much higher rates of cases than the rest of the region that's had parameters put in? Like, from the beginning they went up, but they've also stayed up consistently, and we've just recently had a brief reduction. So have we talked to anybody to explain why Edmonton and St. Albert have experienced this with a mandatory mask and with very high compliance?
In terms of things, some of the information that we're aware, especially in the Edmonton region, was related to some of the gatherings that people attended, whether they were in certain circumstances they were worship services or private gatherings.
They weren't while they were shopping then. Have we had any that have been traced back to when people were shopping?
That would be, for me, I'm not aware of, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we haven't had a case of that.
but you don't know. So in St. Albert, were the larger numbers attributed to people having parties and going to church? Is that why we've had these higher numbers? Because I believe they're wearing masks in church and they're enforcing it quite strictly. So if they were wearing masks in church, that wouldn't make sense that they'd also be having issues with that if the masks are effective. So is that why we're having them, is also because of the people are having parties and going to church?
Those were some of the cases from kind of related to Northeast Edmonton with the church situation. I couldn't say specifically on the residents of St. Albert. Once again, due to privacy, we're given more general information, not specifics on individuals within St. Albert.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any more questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, we have a bylaw amendment to talk about the shields. I will take a member of council giving this first reading, and then, as you know, Councillor Hughes has an amendment that we'll do at second reading. Does anyone want to make the motion for first reading? Councillor Broadhead, thank you, appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 38/2020, a bylaw to amend the face covering bylaw, be read a first time.
Thank you. I will accept that. Any opening comments?
Yep, Madam Mayor, what's before us today is an amendment simply to clarify two particular things. One is the shield aspect and whether it complies with the bylaw or is intended to comply with the bylaw. And the second is around our business with the businesses requiring to post. And that's all that's actually before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on first reading? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. These will be my only comments for all of these, but I wanted to thank Percy and Aaron for your work on staying on top of best practices as we navigate this. Really, the work that you and your teams are doing behind the scenes is invaluable, so thank you.
Anyone else? Just to be clear, Councillor Broadhead, the bylaw amendment doesn't affect how we advertise at businesses. It's just the shields.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Mayor Herron.
Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I honestly don't know how I don't know how I'm going to vote on the shields because, like I mentioned in some of my questions to administration, I've been at numerous businesses and for whatever reason, and I don't go in and ask them why they are choosing to wear face shields, whether it's personal preference, whether it's easier for their work specifically because of whatever reasons. But I think this creates a challenge for a number of our businesses, from grocery stores to restaurants to some of the other service industries that I was at. So I don't think I can support actually amending it to ban the use of actual face shields. So I just wanted to let my opinion out on that.
Thank you for that. Kind of thinking the same way you are, Councillor Mackay. I have a daughter who works at a restaurant that wears a shield. So if I vote in favor of this, she'll be quite disappointed, but at the same time, I'm going to go with the recommendation from our Deputy of Emergency Management. And this is more, I think, about clarity in the bylaw rather than punitive. So Councillor Broadhead to close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? So that's Mayor Herron, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hanson, and Councillor Watkins. Opposed? Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay. All right, Councillor Broadhead, second reading.
That bylaw 38/2020 be read a second time.
Thank you for that. All right, Councillor Hughes, I'll take your amending motion at this time. read it into the record?
Thank you. And just so you know I sent it earlier saying a 30 start, 20 end, and I've decreased the number in hopes of getting support. So the number would be 25 and 15 instead. So I'll just read it. That bylaw 38/2020 be amended by renumbering section 4, section 5, and by adding the following as a new section 4. Number 4, the following is added as a new section 13.1. 13.1, notwithstanding section 13, starting at 12:01 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time on October 6, 2020, this bylaw is in effect in a public place that is not a civic facility or transit property, only when the number of active COVID cases in St. Albert reaches 25 or more, as reported on the website of Alberta Health Services. And this bylaw ceases to be in effect in a public place that is not a civic facility or transit property when the number of active COVID cases in St. Albert drops to 15 or fewer and remains at 15 or fewer for at least 14 days, as reported by on the website of Alberta Health Services.
All right, before I accept that, I'll just be very clear on what you're proposing. So if this passes, your masks will still be mandatory on transit and all civic facilities, but in public spaces such as Safeway, restaurants, et cetera, it would only be triggered when we got to, did you say 25?
25.
25,
Yeah.
and it would go away when we drop below 15.
Below 15 for 14 days.
Or 14 days, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a run of under 15 for 14 days.
Okay, that's my understanding. Okay, everyone clear on that? All right. Any questions on this before I accept the motion?
I got a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
The numbers of 25 and 15, you just stated that you dropped it to 15, so you hope you get some political support.
Yep.
Is there any science behind these numbers, or you're just trying to get political support? So
Both. I based it on the fact that Strathcona's number is at 25. And so I thought we would do a comparable number for case studies. It's also significantly less than even the watch number of having it be at 50 per 100,000. 50 would be at 33 to 34. So it's just bringing it, when I thought about it, I thought 30 is pretty close to 33, and I'd like to give a little bit more wiggle room before it were to go into effect. So I looked at both the comparators around the region and the fact that I'd like it to come into a trigger before and a watch was under concern.
So it was
and I was hoping for council support.
So it was based on what other people have done around the region?
In part, and also because I want it to be below a threshold, well below the watch threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any more questions? Seeing none, I'll accept your amending motion. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay. The good news is I'm not going to talk a really long time. So I don't have a 25-minute presentation or anything like that. When I looked at, when we first put this bylaw in place, we were the first municipality after Edmonton to put the bylaw in place. And we did not have any comparisons in the region. And it was repeatedly stated that we should take a regional approach. And virtually every other municipality, except for one, put parameters in place for a trigger to have it start and trigger to have it stop. And if we compare, which we have an actual basis of looking at just an experimental comparison, and the municipalities that had the triggers for starts and stops have, with the exception of Strathcona today, have been able to go with much lower numbers and never have had to actually trigger their masking, which means that their cases per 100,000 have been lower than St. Albert's, lower than Edmonton's, in spite of also living right beside Edmonton. And so I looked at this and I thought, if we want to do a regional approach, then as a suburb of Edmonton, like so many others, that we should also reflect the fact that they did put in parameters. And in so doing, they've actually been more successful in keeping those numbers down than we have. And I tried to think about, what could be contributing factors to that. And because when I even look at a lot of people in all the municipalities, even though it's voluntary, are wearing masks voluntarily. And one of the contributors I've come to realize is that there's a convenience factor when you go shopping and you don't want to forget your mask. So you leave it in your car. But you know what happens is, because it's mandatory, you don't take it out of your car. You just leave it in your car and just keeps getting dirtier and dirtier, because if you take it out, you might forget to put it back in. So people who can do it voluntarily, if they happen to forget their mask once, can actually go to the shopping and come back, and the next time that they need to, they'll remember to put it in the car. But because of the mandatory, it actually just by human nature, and for not having to have the inconvenience factor, they're less likely to actually wash their masks. And people are using the same masks for days and weeks or longer and on end, which by wearing it, they're wearing something dirty in front of their face, compromising their immune system further and making it more likely for them to get sick. And the numbers of what we're seeing are actually reflective of that. So that was one thing. The other thing is the very study that was quoted by Percy today demonstrates that if 87% of people actually believe it to be their civic duty, then we don't really need to spend all that time of spending 300 hours of MEC staff time to do enforcement when people are recognizing that they would like to wear it voluntarily. So, you know, we're taking a lot of time to handle very few people and using a lot of staff resources and redirecting them where they could have used it on other purposes to do something which, according to the surveys, people would be more willing to do naturally at this point. So then it becomes a matter of, are we just simply pushing something that most people have become more accustomed to doing, and so really don't need to have a bylaw, which is enforced, which is where the cost comes in, just to have them wear masks. So that was kind of the main reasons that I thought we could do this, is just, you know, we really, I realize that this was put in place in many reasons because there was fear, but I'm not seeing necessarily that people's fear is going down. And if we're going to handle the situation, encouraging people to keep their distance is actually far more effective than telling them to wear masks. And there's so many people who have just randomly told me, I don't have to keep my distance, I'm wearing a mask. And I'm like, no, actually you have to. And they go, no, I'm wearing a mask, I don't have to. And that also would explain why the case numbers start going up, because they're not doing what really is effective, which is the hand washing and the wearing, keeping their distances. So it's almost like we have given them a false sense of security and almost permission to not necessarily follow the rules that actually are more effective than what mask wearing. So I'm asking council to just really, you know, like we have just over 2 months left until this is going to be reviewed. And I'm not optimistic that it's going to end at the end of December. And I think that what we should do is give people something to strive for and a reason to keep their distances. And what we're seeing is that the municipalities that have done this have been far more effective in keeping those numbers down. And if that's the case, then if we were to take a regional perspective, we would be following what the new information we have, which is that according to the data, this may very well work to actually keep our numbers lower than if we force people to wear them. And finally, the thing I've also had people tell me is that people who are very resentful of wearing them have said, if there was parameters in place, I would be a lot less resentful about wearing them, because at least they could see a justification for what they're doing. And if we don't actually recognize that, then you're more likely to have people wearing the masks poorly, which basically means that they're ineffective. So if we have to give people more of a rationale than just simply saying wear it, because what we've seen is that up until even today, like even at 15, it's higher than we've ever had when there was no mask wearing in the height of the pandemic in the spring. Our highest numbers without masks was 6. Our highest numbers with masks is 33, and we're now at 15. So if we encourage people to keep their distance, people who are wearing masks will do so recognizing that they need to keep their distance. And the people who don't, they will obviously, people just keep their distance from those people naturally. So that's what I'm asking, is that we just recognize this would give us parameters, and also by putting it down to what I had is 15 or lower for 2 weeks, it means that it's gone down and it's staying down. And so then it would give people something to look forward to and a goal to strive for together. And right now, all we have is you're wearing masks forever, or until we say otherwise. And that doesn't really motivate people to take on the other perspectives that would be more effective. And that's just like psychology. If you want to make people do something, you got to give them a motivation. And, you know, obviously just telling people to wear masks is not enough because our numbers do not reflect that we've kept them down. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amended motion? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be supporting this. When I read the Municipal Government Act, it says the councillor's duties under 153A are to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole and to bring to council's anything that would promote the welfare and interests of the municipality. And I think that's what we're doing here. We're protecting the welfare and the interests of our community by having a mask in place. And sure, some people are going to be inconvenienced, but I think it's for the best of the community. And we've also seen that the predominant, over 2/3 of Albertans support it, and over 80% of Canadians support the wearing of a mask. So, and I really don't see a lot of rationale for the numbers. And if you're talking about saving costs, I think when we go back and forth and have it on again, off again, on again, off again, we're going to blow a bunch of money trying to educate the people that it's on again and off again. A lot of people don't even know that it's on right now. So those are my comments. I don't think I can support this.
Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I guess I'll also echo what Councillor Watkins just said, but my reasons are possibly a little bit more personal as well. As everyone here knows, my daughter was exposed to COVID-19 at daycare. From what I understand, there were 5 days where the kids were potentially exposed to the COVID positive case. I believe there was 2 people who ended up being positive. And I feel thankful that we had a mask bylaw because that person who was, I assume, asymptomatic, although they were going into work, they were having to wear a mask when they were out in the community, whether that was in St. Albert or Edmonton, I don't know. But I do feel thankful that we had those bylaws in place to make sure that people who are asymptomatic kind of have that protection or that barrier to help protect everyone that they're encountering in the community. So, so I won't be supporting this.
I'll just add a few comments. Councillor Hughes, I want to say, I think you actually provided a very balanced argument there. This is not an easy conversation. I've said that many times to residents that this is difficult. I think the biggest problem for me is the correlation between masks and cases is vague, and everything with this virus is very vague. The CDC just changed their guidance on COVID, saying it is airborne today, and they switch back and forth. There's so many unknowns with this virus that the correlation is hard to draw. And you know, I think years from now, when historians look at this, it might be easier. But at the moment, the science is ambiguous, and as we all know, we've had thousands of, I shouldn't say thousands, quite a few people emailing us with links to everything under the sun and every source under the sun, and it's really hard to filter through. My biggest problem with triggers in a bylaw is the confusion to the public. Sturgeon County has a trigger. They went up, they went down, then they went back up. And so when you're trying to educate, and as Mr. Giesbrecht was saying, you know, people they don't read the paper every day. They're not on social media every day. It's just starting to get the message through that we have this mandatory mask bylaw. If we start playing with it and fiddling when it's mandatory and when it's not, the confusion in our community would be immense. And that's my biggest difficulty with the triggers in a bylaw. I think we need to just share the responsibility. And as you said, Councillor Hughes, masks are not a substitute for distance, and they're not a substitute for hand washing. They all need to be done. And I think that's the message we need to send out to people. But it is a shared responsibility to bring this pandemic to a close, and that means we all have to do our part. Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. The reason I chose The reason I chose cases is because they won't tell us how many hospitalizations they have. So there's no other trigger, there's no other case numbers. And all the other municipalities are using cases. So we had said we were going to do a regional approach. That's what the region has done. And, you know, the real goal here is that the bylaw doesn't have to come in effect, that the numbers stay low enough that it wouldn't have to come into effect. I realize I'm probably just talking to a wall here right now, just judging from face expressions, because I can see you all. But yeah, experts are flipping and flopping. Experts said that the masks don't work. Then public pressure, suddenly they have new information which they're not sharing, and apparently the masks work. They won't share the new information, they won't share the studies, but apparently now the masks work. But every municipality that has put masks in has seen higher rates than municipalities that have not put enforced mask bylaws in. Period. So if they worked, even if, and you can't blame it on 4 people that are not wearing it, because if more people are wearing it, then the spread should go down if they're working proportionately. And there should be less there than people who don't have mandatory masks, and it's the opposite. So if you want to do something that's for the masking, for the welfare and interest of the people, recognize that perhaps the recommendations of flipping and flopping medical experts may not actually be what in the end they would be recommending 6 or 8 months or a year from now. And that by making people wear masks, we could actually causing the spread to increase more than if we did not. So, I mean, that's what's so disappointing, is that this data, which we have a comparison of the capital region. All those people go into Edmonton regularly, and they do not have the same rates as we have in St. Albert. And it's not a one-time thing. It's been 2 months now. I honestly believe that if we said, keep those numbers down, you don't have to wear the mandatory masks bylaw, people would wear them voluntarily. They'd probably wear them better. We would not be wasting 150 hours of MEC's time trying to go out there and talk to people about masks. And I think we'd actually keep the case numbers down. And if the studies show that if you want the case numbers down, putting in parameters seems to work best. So without having platitudes involved, you just look at the numbers. If your goal is to keep the case numbers down, putting in this parameter would actually be more effective than not. But I understand what the vote's going to be. That's it. Thank you.
Call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? That's Councillor Hughes in favor. All those opposed? Oh, sorry, I missed you. Councillor Mackay is in favor, and then opposed we have Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Henson, and Mayor Herron. Got that? Okay. Councillor Broadhead, back to the original motion for second reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that bylaw 38/2020 be read a second time.
Any further comments?
No further comments.
Councillor Hughes?
I had a comment.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Hughes and Councillor Watkins.
I'm gonna be voting against this again. I don't even know where people are coming up with medical advice anymore at the higher levels. Just say that if you wear a screen in front of your face, it's less effective than not wearing a screen in front of your face. Doesn't even make any sense. Just, you don't have to be a doctor to figure that out. So people who are wearing it because the masks are causing them extreme aggravation or physical reactions have put this on as an alternative. I don't see how if you put something in front of my face, it's not going to block droplets. It's going to block droplets better than a cloth would, because the cloth can actually scatter it. So I understand that this was a recommendation, but honestly, you're going to have people not wearing it at all. If your goal is to have people wear something in front of their face to decrease transmission, then putting this in front of it, just because there hasn't been any studies that prove it, there's been nothing that actually shows that it has not been significantly flawed in a study to show that masks work. Putting a solid piece of plastic in front of your face 3 inches away, it don't make sense that it would work. And you're going to have fewer people who are actually going to be compliant, as I said before. So I don't think this is actually a recommendation that's going to be to the benefit of our residents. I don't think it's going to be a benefit to the city in whole. And I can't see how it'd be better than wearing nothing. So I'm urging council just to rethink this. I realize that we tend to, just support what administration has in front of us. And when it comes to COVID, it seems like politically incorrect to not support whatever is in front of you at the moment. But honestly, like the number of people wearing face shields is minimal. And the number of people who would be able to now be more compliant with the bylaw because they were wearing a face shield and not wearing a face mask would also be helpful. So if you say no to the face shields, you're actually saying you'd rather have them wear nothing. And if you'd rather have them wear nothing, why put anything in front of your face at all? So I'm just asking you guys, just reconsider. I think it makes more sense to actually allow this as an alternative option than to say no. Just think of how your breath comes out of your mouth and where it stops and where the droplets would stop. It would land on the shield. That's it.
Anyone else on second reading? Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor Watkins, yeah.
I had a couple things I forgot. One was that at the last meeting of the Seniors Committee unanimously passed a motion to support the bylaw extension to year's end. And they are our most vulnerable people. We know over 60 are in the vulnerable group. And secondly, I want to just say that I'm making this decision not on politics. I'm making this decision based on the health of the community. Politics does not come to play in it for me.
Councillor Broadhead to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, there's been a lot of debate around what is and what isn't appropriate, and where science has taken us as a recommendation around cloth face coverings. Certainly it's changed since the beginning of the onset of COVID-19, for sure. But I'll just read this particular statement by the CDC director. Recognize it's an American source, but nonetheless, they're battling it down there just like we are here. And this is what he says. "We are not defenseless against COVID-19, said CDC Director Dr. Robert R. Redfield. Cloth face coverings are one of the most powerful weapons we have to slow and stop the spread of the virus, particularly when used universally within a community setting." I'll just leave it at that.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? I got Councillor Jolly, Broadhead, Hanson, Watkins in favor, and sorry, Mayor Herron in favor, and opposed Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay. All right, third reading. That was second reading.
Sorry, do we need unanimous consent?
Oh, unanimous consent, sorry, yeah. Do you want to do that? Councillor Hanson, go ahead. Thanks.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 38/2020.
All right, call for the vote on that. Do you have anything to comment? Sorry. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Councillor Hughes, you against unanimous consent? All right, so we have to do this next week. All right, moving on. Oh, can we do the last motion? Sorry, I'm going to just quickly. And so far, we can still do the fifth one about the report in December.
That's correct. That's unrelated to the bylaws. so you
Yeah, that's
can.
right. Okay, Councillor Broadhead, are you willing to do that one as well? Thank you.
Okay, I move that administration be instructed to present a further report and recommendations on the face coverings bylaw at the last regular council meeting in December 2020, so that council may determine a future course of action before the face coverings bylaw is automatically repealed on December 31st, 2020.
Anything to comment on that?
Pretty straightforward motion.
Yeah. Anyone else? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
So I have a question. So administration, you're going to be providing recommendations at the, let's say December 21st meeting. So what are we looking at for options here? Like what would be parameters under where you would say we should discontinue it? Because obviously the recommendations are going to be in your court. So I'm just looking at, are we just basically should I just expect to see it extended on December 21st? Or are there parameters where we would say we will be doing something differently or ending it?
Well, I think that remains to be determined. I mean, it'll be basically what happens over the next 6 weeks here, I guess, 8 weeks, well, probably 6 weeks to when that report comes forward. So we'll be monitoring current trends and current advice from medical professionals and providing recommendations accordingly.
So if the medical professionals continue to recommend masks, then should we expect a recommendation to make them mandatory to continue?
I would probably recommend that because I'm not a doctor, yes.
So basically, the December 21st recommendations are to continue the temporary bylaw indefinitely.
Again, I don't know. We'll see what the current trends and medical advice is at that point in time.
Okay, but if nothing changes in the next 8 weeks, that's what I should expect to see, right? Like, I'm wondering if there's other parameters where we'd say it's low enough, we would recommend that you guys do nothing, because we told the public that we were going to end this in December 31st and that this was temporary. So under what circumstances would we say that we are actually going to follow through on that statement?
I think the question has been answered, Councillor Hughes. The parameters will be trends and public health advice. The decision on the 21st will be very much in the hands of council, because it will be an extension of the bylaw. If there's no decision made, it will be repealed.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions before we go to the vote? Any comments? All right, call for the vote.
Oh, I had a comment.
Okay,
I'm going to do 2 things. I voted against unanimous consent for a reason. And the reason was that the people who can't wear face shields need to be given a heads up that they have to stop wearing face shields and be able to make time to either make accommodations or figure out what they can and can't do. So I didn't think it was fair to have just throw that on them without having any warning that that was happening on them, which is why I voted against unanimous consent. And the second thing is that considering that the recommendations are going to be 99% chance of having this continue, I don't see the recommendations from Hinshaw to change in the next 2 months. Then basically what we're doing is voting for an ability to have this continue for 6 months or a year or indefinitely. And we told residents that this was going to be temporary, and that this sounds like it's far from temporary. It sounds like it's permanent. And we're just going to wait to the 21st to make that official. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll just say I would never, this is your motion, so I'll let you close, Councillor Broadhead. I would never predispose the vote that's going to happen on the 21st. There is no predetermined. Councillor Broadhead to close.
Yeah, I wouldn't, even if it is extended, I wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that it's permanent. Hopefully COVID-19 is not permanent, and I'm sure we'll find a way out of COVID-19 eventually. Thank you.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? That is, I better read them off. Mayor Herron, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Mackay. Those opposed? Councillor Hughes. All right. I'm going to keep going only because we've got Michaela waiting for us. So if we can get through the engagement contract, then we can quickly get to the backlane lighting motion. So 7.3, do we have Mrs. De Bruin making a presentation? Thanks.
Hi, I don't have a presentation. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, sorry. I pulled this off of consent mostly because I don't think I'm going to support it. But before I not support it, I have a, I guess it's for you, Cindy. Are we trying to do a full community engagement survey?
No, so
changes from the previous one. How do you assess the changes?
So we have some excellent data from the 2019 survey. However, there have been such significant impacts from COVID that we just really can't even begin to fully understand at this point. So for us to confirm that this data is still relevant, we would like to do a community check-in. Best practice states that we would do another random sampling of the same size with the same variety of backgrounds and demographics that we did in our 2019 survey, so that we can sort of compare apples to apples in terms of the information. And so we'd be looking at about half a dozen high-level questions that would be the exact same questions that were asked in the 2019 survey, just to see what the change has been, if there's been any change at all. There might not be a change, there might be a significant change, and that can at least help inform administration with some of the decisions that we make.
Is it to help inform administration or to help inform council?
to help inform administration so that we can give council the best advice possible. But I think at the end of the day, that information will just help us get a better understanding, that temperature check of how significant the impact that some of our community members are facing, especially as council's about to go into budget conversations and deliberations. We have a number of other engagement. We're also hoping that maybe this is an opportunity, if we were to go ahead, to ask one or two other broader questions that are maybe a little bit more related to the impacts of COVID. If this does go ahead, we would work with the professionals at Y Station to help us frame those questions.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Scoble, so the current contract is close to 10,000 and this would be an additional 18,000, or is it an additional 8-ish?
No, I'll let Cindy give the particulars. I
Okay,
thought it was
sorry.
just an additional 8, but I stand to be corrected perhaps.
It's up to a maximum of 18 more in addition to the 10. Again, a survey like that, there's been other municipalities who have done similar surveys in recent months. And when I asked for some expenses, it was anywhere between 13 to 17 kind of things. So we just went a little bit over to a maximum of 18. Realistically, ballpark figure, it would be an additional $14,000, $15,000.
Okay. Okay, now this is Mr. Scoble. I realize this is not an increase in our budget. This is reallocation of other funds. But honestly, if we can find $18,000 reallocated from elsewhere, is there, if this is not approved today, what can we do with that $18,000? Like, would it lead to our surplus or to offset the deficit?
Yes, I mean, spoiler alert, we are predicting a small surplus. So at this point, we're okay.
All right, that's my questions. It was kind of I'll save my comments during debate if anyone wants to go ahead. Do you have a question?
No, I was just going to move it.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
That council approved the proposed change in scope to the Y Station contract described in the report dated October 5th, 2020, entitled Engagement Contract Scope Change.
Thank you. Any comments?
You know, when I read through this, the first thing that came to mind for me was the COVID Recovery Task Force. And one of the questions that we keep milling around at that table is, how do we know the health of our residents? And are we asking the right kinds of questions? And I believe that we might get some insight, even though this is budget oriented. I think we might get some insight into that, and it might provide us with some very good information going forward as we decide how we are going to be that resilient community. So yeah, I'm in favor of this.
Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
You got eyes in the back of your head.
Mhm.
I'm going to support this too. I mean, I sit on the Recovery Task Force, and certainly I have similar thoughts to Councillor Hanson. I harken back to a couple of the task force members' comments around the social net and some of the impacts that we're starting to see in our service industries, particularly with SAFE. And some of the other ones we're starting to see around poverty levels. So there are challenges that we're just starting to just become informed about. And I'm really concerned that we don't have a picture. Now, if this provides us a little bit of a picture, we recoup that $14,000 many fold over because of any number of reasons. If we can provide anything in the Recovery Task Force or anything in our budget or any programs that our administration is currently running now, that they can start to focus more on some of our residents who are not handling COVID very well or are caught in situations that are just outside of our knowledge right now, I think that benefits us. And I would hate to miss that opportunity for even $10,000 or $14,000, because I honestly think that the social recovery costs are going to be much bigger. It's sort of like that prevention, you know, you spend $1 on prevention, you save $7 to $10 down the road on any other things, from justice costs to social costs. So I see this similar in that form or fashion. So I'm gonna support this as well, because I think this will really inform not only council, administration, and some of our efforts moving into next year around trying to recover from COVID-19.
Any other comments from council? All right, I'll just close with, I did pull this off because I was not understanding and or maybe supportive, and I don't think I'm going to vote in favor of it. I feel like we're rushing this. I feel like what we do need is the full community satisfaction survey as a comparison from 19 to 20. I feel that the effects of COVID are still just starting to show up. I mean, CERB just ended, and that it's going to be the longer term effects are going to be probably more significant. I really appreciate Y Station. I think they do a great job, and I'm looking forward to the World Cafes and all the other budget opportunities we're going to have in engagement. If you look on social media, we're already starting that. So I think we don't need to spend another $18,000 on that engagement piece. And then of course, I always have a really hard time with this survey will only reach people with landlines. One more time, we are only touching the landlines, and I'm sure there's over 30% of our residents that don't have a landline. So we're missing a huge chunk. So this is about balancing public engagement. I will be, and I know the rest of you will be doing the best you can to try to gauge the community. And it's going to be difficult this year. And I think probably a lot of the effects can be predicted already. So I don't think it's the right time to be spending, and we need to be curtailing our spending, not spending more. That's all. Close. Yeah. Appreciate the way, either way this vote goes. All those in favor? Okay, I've got Councillor Jolly, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Watkins, and Councillor Mackay. Opposed, Councillor Hughes and Mayor Herron. All right. So we approved first reading of the Kingswood Land Use Bylaw, which is to redistrict for the park, which will have a public hearing on November 2nd. The consent agenda also included annual board meetings. So the motion that was passed was Council Policy C, CC 12, civic agencies to be amended to remove standard number 6, which says an annual boards meeting shall be scheduled to provide each civic agency an opportunity to meet informally with council. So that has been now rescinded, and council, it's up to us now to figure out how to get that engagement. We probably should talk about that at nominating committee. Moving on, I'm going to pass the chair back to Councillor Hanson as I move a motion on back lane lightings.
Thank you, Mayor Herron. Would you like to read the proposed motion in?
Sure. Thank you. That notice of the notice of motion CM 16046 be rescinded. For reference, CM 16046 motion stated that administration proposed to council by the end of Q2 2017 a policy on community design for roadways. This would include changes to the engineering standards that will ensure back lanes are paved and include standardized light fixtures, standard in back alleys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have a speaker
Yes.
ready to go if we want to hear from Michaela. Is it Michaela?
Michaela
Yes.
D.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thanks for having me. So good afternoon, Mayor Herron and St. Albert City Council. Thank you for having me today. Courtney Jensen, she is the chair of the UDI St. Albert Committee, sends her regards. She was not able to be here today, so instead you have me. My name is Michaela Davis, and I'm a member of the UDI St. Albert Committee as well. I also work for Melcor Developments. So I'm not sure if there's a presentation coming up or how this is going to go, but I just thought I would present a couple of points that we would like council to consider in support of Mayor Herron's motion to rescind the requirement for lighting in lanes.
Michaela, I just want to let you know that you have 5 minutes.
I will. I'll be quick. I'll read really quickly. Okay. The industry originally supported the lane lighting motion when we were pursuing the approval of lanes, as we were looking to achieve more affordable housing in St. Albert. We mistakenly assumed that this could be done with minimal impact by having motion sensor lights installed on rear garages, and that we could work towards through this process through engagement with the new road standards. As the lane standards were developed, it became clear that from a safety perspective, the city would be requiring full permanent street lighting in the lanes and would not consider motion lighting, or another source of non-permanent Fortis infrastructure. The costs and benefits of the solution just do not appear to make sense. There is no proven safety benefit to lighting the lanes. It has been suggested that lane lighting increases safety. However, there is no data to confirm that it does. Per Fortis, street lighting is not designed for security lighting, as it is intended to only light the roadway, which is now even more the case with new LED lights that attempt to only light the road. Lighting could actually make it easier for unwanted activity in lanes as objects of value are more visible. Currently, the City of St. Albert does not allow lighting along paths and storm ponds for the exact reason. The city doesn't want people gathering in these lit areas. In surrounding municipalities, there's been no indication that lanes without lighting are any more problematic in terms of safety than any other housing type. Also, lighting laneways creates a high potential for lighting trespass with potential complaints for residential customers. Lane homes often have master bedrooms at the rear of the house, purposefully away from street lighting. Fortis has indicated that they anticipate resident complaints and requests to move lane lighting for this reason. Due to the narrow roadways and the resulting restrictions to turning maneuvers, poles and facilities are damaged more often, resulting in more cost to repair this infrastructure for the city and potential accidents for residents. The costs associated with lighting the lanes are numerous. Looking at one stage that has been designed and tendered with lighting included, the additional cost per lot was over $1,400. This may not seem significant, but it definitely is on a smaller home that is meant to be affordable. It makes it difficult to compete with the same product in nearby Edmonton, where these additional costs are not present. Other costs include installing, maintaining, and running additional infrastructure. Obviously, as developers, we pay the installation costs, but the city will have to pay for running the lights all night, repairing the poles, transformers, and replacing the infrastructure as it ages. And there's also an environmental and sustainability cost. Why would we light something unnecessarily if we're looking to reduce our carbon footprint? It should also be noted that even though the city is Fortis's customer and Fortis would generate revenue off this additional work, they have provided a letter, and I'm not sure if everybody has received this letter or if it's been circulated, but it definitely can be, which indicates that they recommend against lane lighting for the reasons which I've indicated above. And discussions with the city and with Fortis, all parties acknowledge that lane lighting comes with high capital costs and will continue to cost taxpayers more money. So that's, I think, big for everyone. No other municipality in the Edmonton region requires lane lighting, and from my understanding in Alberta, only Banff requires lane lighting at this time. That's my understanding. And I want to just add at the end, honestly, if there was a benefit to lighting the lanes that homeowners valued, the industry would, of course, be supportive of it. We as city builders, we strongly believe that for this cost, home buyers would rather find their own private lighting solution if it's desirable or necessary. Those are my comments. I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has any. Sorry if I spoke too quickly. Thank you.
No, that was great. We'll just go to questions now. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So in the, I guess, what suggestion would you provide as an alternative to the lane lighting to still ensure that there is some kind of level of, like, would you suggest that the city require that there's motion detector lighting in all garages in the back, or like what would you suggest that we do as an alternative to still ensure that the area does have lighting when people go by? And I'm before you answer, I'm going to tell you, like, I've lived in a house that had a back lane and it was not lit. It was in Edmonton, and like, because of the darkness, it really encouraged people to find their way into your backyard and then try to get in through the back door. And the lighting would certainly be a discouragement. We had to actually put a deadbolt on the back gate to prevent people from doing that, but then they could still technically jump the fence. So having some level of a safety measure lighting, I think, is still discouraging people more than not. So what would you suggest that we have instead of this that would be more economically for everybody?
Well, I think sort of a suggestion that came up before was requiring motion lights on garages or in the back, somewhere on the garage that could shine. Remember, we're talking about much smaller lots as well here, so we're not, the amount of fence between sort of the garages and this doesn't apply to all of the lots, obviously, but I don't think that the opportunity to jump the fence would arise the same way it might on some older lots in Edmonton, if that was kind of an example that you were thinking about. But definitely, I think requiring motion lights on garages could help with that. And additionally, Fortis has indicated that the lights that are installed in alleys, especially the really low, the new LED lights, they only really shine on the carriageway, on the roadway. And so they don't really do a good job about lighting people's garages or their fences. And yes, it might deter somebody from entering into the lane, but it's not going to it wouldn't discourage people from hopping fences or anything like that. If anything, it would just highlight access to garages or in other ways.
Okay. Okay, I understand your argument. I'm not against trying to find an ultimate solution. I still see the value. People don't do things when they have a light shining on them. That goes for all things. So they tend to just behave differently if they think that they can be seen. Okay, but I'll ask questions to administration about that. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any other questions for Michaela? Well, thank you for your presentation. I'm going to move to questions for administration.
And thank you for waiting so long.
Yes, thank you for waiting, Chris.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, questions for administration. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you. Appreciate that through your administration. So the motion says we're going to rescind CM 16046 and recognize that it's the final clause that really is the desired change, but there's an earlier one about back lanes are to be paved. So how do we break that out? Because while I'm supportive maybe the change to the lighting fixture standards, but the back lanes paved standard I would still like to exist.
And just to be clear, that was the intention. I'll keep the paving, get rid of the lighting. Yeah.
Okay.
Is Mr. Schick on?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, we have Mr. Schick and John Reed as well to answer, but to answer your question, maybe portions of the motion can be rescinded, only the street lighting portion, leave the other portions back in the motion, will be the recommendation. Do you want to add Dean or John to that?
Yeah, no, my apologies. I was just going through the agenda report. I believe there was a comment kind of capturing that there was confidence from administration that the initial intent of applying the updated municipal engineering standards to a certain degree for items such as the paving or the hard surface and whatnot could still be maintained and addressed while negating for the street lighting if they were pending the outcome of this motion. And
Mr. LaFleur, comment?
Yes, just listening to the discussion, I was just going to suggest that if this is the consensus of council, someone may wish to move that the motion be amended to state that notice of motion not be rescinded, but be amended by striking out all of the words following the word paved.
I would accept that as a friendly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You would
Yeah.
accept that
Thank
as
you. And
friendly?
this, sorry, Council, this is the advice I had to get rid of this lighting requirement, but I agree that we want to keep them paved.
I wonder if Ledge could just put the amended motion into the chat. And it's been accepted as a friendly, so that's going to be the
I think
main
it says that
motion.
notice of motion CM 16046 be amended to remove all words after the word paved. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
No, that's all right.
Good catch. Councillor McKay.
Is Councilor Broadhead finished? Just to administration, I mean, it says that tax standards have lights every 70 meters. How, I mean, I guess with us and our new RXL designation and our land use bylaw, how long would some of our lanes be, or is that just totally dependent on the development?
It's through the chair. It's dependent on the development itself, but it's also not a TAC requirement to have lighting in the rear lanes. According to Fortis, it's actually just based on the International Engineering Standards, I believe is what IES standards, is what they use to design the lane lighting amount that would be required for those standards.
Okay, thank you. I read that wrong. And so it's just a recommendation from tax standards. It's not a requirement. And so, okay. Thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. There's one thing that's confusing me right now, is that this policy is supposed to be done by Q2 2017, and we're in Q3 of 2020. So shouldn't we already be having this policy? Or shouldn't it already been completed? Why hasn't it been completed? It's been 3 more years.
Sorry. So in what the policy itself has essentially been delivered with the Complete Streets guidelines. So that the policy and the principles associated with our overall cross sections and design of roadways has been delivered. What's really pending is now the update to the municipal engineering standards.
So is this the motion we want then? Because the motion is to propose to council by the end of Q2 2017, which in effect cannot be met because it's 2020. Like if we put this forward, we're like backdating it. And then it says to include, and that this could include. So you're just telling me that okay. So I guess the motion really should be that we don't change the engineering standards, I guess, because the first part of that statement doesn't make any sense, that we've already accomplished it, you're telling me. I remember seeing community design for roadways, so I was there.
I would say that Councillor Hughes has a good point. If it's being rescinded, the old date can be in there, but if it's being amended, it probably needs to change. Mayor Herron?
I'll just add, I think it was said in the backgrounder that this is the motion that is guiding the change to the engineering standards, which is where you will find the lighting requirement. So they have met the requirement of the Complete Streets, but that is not where you find the lighting standards requirement. That's an engineering standard. So if this motion is still alive, they have to have lighting and engineering standards. We have to rescind this motion to get rid of that requirement.
Okay. Okay, I guess there's more than one way to try to go around this, but okay. That's all. That's it.
Mr. LaFleur, can you guide us through that a little bit?
To be honest, I think we should either take a motion recess now or just agree to bring this back at another meeting soon so that we get the wording exactly right. I don't want to wordsmith on the fly here. That's not helpful.
Okay.
So would you like to take a motion recess now, Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just a short one.
Yeah, we can take a, how long do you think you need?
Well, I'm thinking 5 minutes maybe.
Okay. We'll come back at 5:45. If you need more time, let us know. All right, we're going to resume our meeting, and it sounds like Mr. Lafleur might have an answer for us in the chat.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Mayor Herron, do you want to have a look at the chat?
All right. Okay, that council motion CM 16046 be amended to read as follows. That administration proposed to council by the end of 2018, a policy on roadway design to ensure that back lanes are paved. Okay, I can accept that. So if this passes, then we've satisfied the motion and we're done with it. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Herron, but again, we have a date issue because there's no way they can meet the terms of this because this is 2018 and we're in 2020. So.
If I may explain, we chose 2018 because that did actually happen by 2018. So that it has happened by the end of 2018. That was the complete streets guidelines.
And there was no mention of the lighting in that document?
So so as per the previous motion, the existing motion, the complete streets guidelines did incorporate street lighting. With I believe what David's recommending is it continues to align with the delivery of the guidelines and the complete streets components, in particular addressing the paved structure, but removes reference to street lighting itself.
If the document's already made, don't we need to amend the document to remove the street lighting?
No, so being a guideline itself, it is not necessarily stringent or mandatory that the development community would have to follow said guidelines specifically. There's components of the guidelines, the complete streets guidelines, that will be incorporated into the municipal engineering standards, which then would be conditions of approval for any development or construction activity.
So we're telling you that the document that was created in 2018 talks about paving, but there's no specific mention to remove the lighting in the motion. I'm looking into Mr. Lafleur right now because I'm like, we're trying to change a document that already occurred by removing something by not mentioning it. Like the wording doesn't seem to make any more sense to me.
So if I may, through the chair to Councillor Hughes, the idea of this revised motion is to go back to the motion that was passed back in 2016, I think, it's CM 16046, and revise it so that right from then, retroactively, there's no mention of street lighting. And then as Mr. Schick has just explained, that can then follow through to the engineering standards, which are in administration's purview. And when basically we can take our guidance from this, from council, that we do not need to require street lighting on every development.
Mayor Herron.
Make this simple. Could the motion read that regardless or in spite of CM 16046, lane lighting will not be required in City of St. Albert's engineering standards?
So if I might interject here, so I think the way we're trying to do it is, because again, the engineering standards are the purview of administration, right? So again, it's as, okay. I think I'll try and summarize here and I'll probably make it just more confusing, but basically we take our guidance from what's in the complete street guidelines, and they're guidelines as Mr. Schick mentioned. Once they're put into a standard, then they're become a requirement of a development agreement, right? So if they're not in the municipal engineering standards, then they're not a requirement of a development agreement.
We kind of made an error by including the word engineering standards in this initial motion because it's not in our purview.
Right, correct.
I have a question of process. So you can amend an old motion.
Correct.
Just not
this would require a 2/3 majority, just so everyone understands. That's what you're doing. As would the original motion to rescind. It would have required this. So it needs, you're all here, it needs 5 out of 7.
Councillor Henson, if
yes, Mayor.
If our administration feels this achieves the goal of keeping the guidelines in complete streets, but removing the standard, then I'm fine with it.
Okay, then I accept it if it accomplishes the goal of keeping the paving and getting rid of the lighting.
That's exactly what it accomplishes.
Okay, I accept. Oh, except that are we done with questions?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm confused now. Are we done with the questions to administration?
I'm done.
Okay, I've accepted the amended motion, so let's go into debate.
Okay, thank you.
So you may open.
2016, there was a concerted effort by the development community as well as certain members of council to include lanes, back alleys in the city of St. Albert as a method to bring a more affordable housing product to the city of St. Albert. At the time, there was concerns about safety and the aesthetics that back alleys would bring to the city of St. Albert in an effort to put at ease some of those concerns. This is my motion that we're rescinding, just for you know. This was proposed as a way to get the back alleys over the finish line. Now we are faced with, as Councillor Mackay has said many times, unintended consequences of that. This motion was made very quickly at the time, and I don't think anyone really realized what it would do. We have now heard that the paving is fine, but the back lane lighting is adding cost, not only to the homeowner, but to the city of St. Albert. And because, honestly, for my part, was the back alley's purpose was to lower the cost of lots. We have a problem. We have a counterintuitive motion. So to lower the cost of those lots and to keep the houses in St. Albert affordable, I'm proposing that we change that. And of course, as Michaela so eloquently said, and so did our backgrounder, there's no municipalities that require this, and there's no direct correlation to safety. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments on debate? Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you. Since administration is sitting here and we're discussing this right now, if it is possible to put something in about the motion detecting lights on garages if available, or some kind of parameters in that capacity, it should be far more affordable, whether it's expected of the homeowner or expected some other capacity, I'm not sure, like through the developer. I mean, they can be very affordable. They can be like $40, right? And but if they were to do that, it would certainly make a huge step to ensuring that there is that safety element that was of concern originally was still being addressed in some capacity. And I think that if you did have motion sensor lights, that when you're walking and the light goes off, it actually would be startling, I guess. It would be also a discouragement for the people who may not be belonging in that laneway in the middle of the night to perhaps rethink it, because it's now setting off a trigger. So I'm willing to accept this motion and support it, but I just would like to see that we do something to ensure that there is some capacity of lighting back there, whether it's of convenience for the property owner's backyard or garage, to just make sure that we are still addressing it in some capacity. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting this for a number of reasons. One is it's not done around the region and in Edmonton. There's no lane lighting. We heard Michaela say that there's no data to show that lanes are made any safer by this lighting. And the lighting is really only designed to light up the carriageway, not your backyard. So it's not really an issue of safety here. Master bedrooms, as she quoted, are at the rear of the house, and as most people know. And lane lighting on the rear is just going to create more issues of light in the back and concerns for people. And we also have to realize that after 2 years or a couple of years, the maintenance, repair, replacement of all this lighting infrastructure is going to be the cost of the municipality. Also, Fortis, who are the electric service provider, are against the lane lighting. And as far as motion detectors go, just as Councillor Hughes said, she would rely on people to wear masks on their own. I would rely on people to get a motion detector light in their backyard if they have a safety concern, like I do. And like most people do if they have a backyard and they have a concern of safety in their backyard. They purchase their own motion detector light and hang it up. So I'm just going to be supportive of this the way it is, and I think it's a good move.
Thank you. Any other comments on debate? No, I see none. You can close.
Just
if you want, Mayor
apologize
Herron.
for the legislative gymnastics on this one. Good job chairing.
We got the staff. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We did 10.3 earlier, so we're on to 10.4. Councillor Broadhead, this is you. And I'm just trying to find it right now. Pardon? Yeah. All right. Well, let's do the motion to waive first, and then
Okay.
we'll get into the conversation.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the 21-day advance notice period for the consideration of a councillor's motion be waived for the following motion in accordance with section 23.8 of the procedure bylaw.
All right, thank you for that. And do you have any comments on why you want to do this so fast?
Well, the intent of bringing this motion was to provide guidance to administration around how they would present the 2021 budget. And the motion was crafted in concert with administration, and so the 21-day waiver will allow them to be given direction much quicker and in a timely fashion for their work around creating the budget.
Completely agree. Any other comments? Okay, call for the vote. That's unanimous. All right, do you want to read your motion in?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That when bringing forward the 2021 budget for Council's consideration, administration include information and analysis on the following alternative courses of action. Number one, no reductions to services or service levels and the tax increase required to achieve this result. Number two, a 0% tax increase and proposed reductions to services and service levels required to achieve this result. And then thirdly, a midpoint approach between 1 and 2 with relatively modest reductions to services or service levels and a tax increase less than what would be required to maintain status quo services and service levels.
All right, before I accept that, any questions on this motion? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Scoble, you're right below me on my screen. Question was, I understand the intention of the motion, which is to offer the 3 different levels, but council, when they go into budget, has to start from somewhere. So is the intention going to be to recommend one of the 3 as a starting point, and then we can make motions based on it? Or what is the intention, I guess, at the end of the month? Because we can't just, you have to pick a scenario and start from one of the scenarios, I guess, whatever the taxation rate would be.
Mr. Scoble, your interpretation of this motion?
Well, the intent of the motion, as we understand it, is basically under council policy right now, administration has to deliver a budget to meet current council approved service levels. There's a very high likelihood of following through, if we follow through on that direction, that there will be a tax increase. The reality is right now, just not little things, but we likely have a 0.5% borrowing per rate given. There's the standing 1.5% RMR, which is by council motion. So again, that's council's prerogative how you deal with that, but that's kind of 2%. The other reality is we are expecting to see significant revenue impacts continue through at least the first half of next year with COVID. So things like our declined transit ridership, our reduced participation at our recreation facilities. So we continue to work very hard on the expense side, and we have the operational and fiscal review. And, you know, we're at the point now where we're throwing the parachutes out of the plane to get the cost down. But, you know, with the revenue impacts, we'll probably deliver a budget with a tax increase. So we wanted just going to provide basically the three scenarios as Councillor Broadhead has outlined, just to give council some, I guess, initial latitude in your debates that coming in according to policy with a tax increase, and you're saying go away and come back with something better, and we're losing time and doing more work. So we're trying to be efficient here and enable council to have a fulsome debate of how you.
And I totally appreciate that. So, but just so in summary, you're going to be bringing forward the budget that has no service level reductions, and then we'll be having options that have different levels of service level reductions. Is that correct?
That's correct. And,
Okay.
one of those three, or you can pick something in between any of them, but it'll get us moving, keep us moving through the budget process here without having delays to come back with three.
No, I appreciate that. There's been a lot of work in meetings over the summer about this. The other question I had was, is the intention also to provide like a detail so that, because perhaps we don't want number 2, but we want 2 plus 2 other things in number 3 options. Do you see what I'm saying? Is it going to be detailed where if you cut this, it's this many thousand and this many thousand? Is it going to go to that kind of detail? Is that the intention? So that we can kind of like a la carte it to the budget? Or is it just going to be package deals?
Yeah, I think the reality is we'll kind of almost be running a taxometer for the operational side, like we normally have for the capital side. But I think, again, we'll provide a list of services and it's up to council to debate. Like we're going to provide a list of potential service reductions or service level reductions. And yes, council's probably going to have to go through a bit of an iterative process to arrive at where you want to be.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different budget, I think, than we've ever experienced before. So, okay, thank you.
Any more questions of Councillor Broadhead or administration? Seeing none, I'll accept your motion. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020 was no doubt one of the years that we will always remember for the rest of our lives. COVID-19 has thrown a curveball into so many things that we all have to live through and plan for and just deal with on a daily basis. And one of the things that as a municipal corporation that we have to deal with is the financial impact of this pandemic on our organization, not only on terms of past, what's happened in the past, but what will happen in the future. And so as we prepare for 2021 and the budget in relation to it, I believe that if administration goes through the work of providing these 3 scenarios, it will give council a greater understanding of where we can and where we can't go in terms of where we believe the budget should in fact end up. Not only that, but I think as we present these scenarios to the public, they'll understand the context in which our budget will be deliberated. And I appreciate administration's willingness to do the extra work required to provide these 3 scenarios, but I think it provides the goalposts in which we are able to work. And to that end, I hope that my council colleagues will support this and appreciate the work that you're going to do. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Well, you have my support, Councillor Broadhead, and thanks for bringing this forward. I think this is an excellent approach to budget this year. I think having the whole gamut of a few what ifs is really going to help us land and have the support of the community as we go. So appreciate the thought that's going into this. I think it's going to serve us well.
Anyone else? Right, do I need to close, Councillor? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Broadhead, for bringing it forward. I think we were all fighting over who was going to do it. So thanks for taking the reins on this. I think that this is necessary. We've done so much work discussing the budget over the summer. We've had so many meetings about this. And I think that all this work would be lost if we didn't actually discuss what, after making all these, I don't know what to call them discussions, but talks with all the departments and going over all these budget line items, whether or not we actually, what we want to do about this. And I don't think this is really an administrative decision. This is going to have to be a council decision, which means a breakdown and making decisions. And that's why I said I think this is going to be a very different budget than what we've experienced in the past, which has in the past been primarily capital with a very little operational. And I think this time we're actually looking at some pretty heavy discussions about operational. And ultimately we could be changing a lot of the way the city operates, which in some ways is also a good thing. This isn't negative. This is about reevaluating there was no stone left unturned, I believe, in this administration, the number of hours you put into it. So this is basically going to be the results of all the work the council and administration have done to date towards the budget. That's it.
Councillor Broadhead to close.
Thank you. Great comments all the way around. Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Appreciate you bringing that forward, Councillor Broadhead. All right, information requests, notice of motions and announcements. I have a notice that I need to, let the public know my intention. I did put forward a notice of motion to sponsor the Jessica Martell Foundation Christmas in November fundraiser, $1,000. So that will be voted on in a couple weeks. And I have an announcement that, what year was this? I had it somewhere. The Government Finance Officers Association has awarded us the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and I'm looking at the email, for the 15th consecutive year. So Mr. Scoble and Ms. McCordy, I mean, it needs to be pointed out how well your team functions and how precise they are in their budgeting and what a good presentation they do. So thank you for all those involved. Looking forward to the next one. So that's my only announcement and my only notice of motion. Anyone else have anything? Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thanks. I just have that IR about the green burials. Thanks for Councillor Hanson for reminding me this was on the books. So I've asked administration, what is the process to permit green burials within cemeteries in St. Albert and or at the City of St. Albert Cemetery? Specifically, what policies would be required for this type of burial? Can this be permitted through bylaw, or would more simple direction from administration work?
All right. I'd like to pursue that further. That's interesting. Anything